What's up, Straight Talk Society? This is your host, Trevor, and I'm back with another episode of Straight Talk with Trevor.
Because the ladies from Pour Your Heart Out
no topic
will be over
is
here
off
to
limits.
join the panel.
Plus, but it's a must, you gon' respect this. Plus, enough for touch the dust, you try to check this. You ain't
The
insane,
MMA brothers, Bones and Zay, have pre and post shows to the MMA shows. And I am your host, Mr. Straight Talk, the man with the greatest beard on YouTube.
I'm gonna tell you something. Facial hair is not apostolic. However you want to cut it, it's compromise. I don't care if your leader says you can wear a beard, honey. Beard's nothing more than pride. You're not going to be dipped in Holy Ghost oil and run around looking like the world.
Oh, I love throwing that in there. Real quick, I am back on Facebook. I guess they took me out of jail. I was able to connect the channel back. Those of you on Facebook, make sure and hit that like, share, and subscribe button.
And also on Mondays, 6 o'clock, tune in to the same channel for Man Talk Monday. Trust me, you ain't got nothing better to do. Even if you think you do and you tune into that show, you're going to realize, oh, man,
okay,
I've been missing this.
Yeah. Because this is why you need me.
Once you listen to that, drop a like. And if you haven't already subscribed to the channel because you're hard-headed, go ahead and subscribe to it
They
now.
are goofy.
And when you listen to that, if you haven't subscribed, you're going to want to subscribe. And then you're going to want to go back through the archives. And you're going to want to catch up on all your Man Talk Mondays. And then you might be able to find a few Bible debates in there.
That's what I'm going to say. TFP politics is on Tuesday.
Vancat, Mike, MD, and Ricardo do such a fantastic job with that. That's every Tuesday at 6 o'clock.
My position is impregnable. You can't do it.
If that doesn't fancy your boat,
Wrestling with Reality on Wednesday.
Oh yeah, acknowledge.
We have the return of Straight Talk therapy sessions with the one and only Dr. Mia. So y'all be sure and tune into that.
And then you got the Bible debates on Thursdays.
So yeah, man, lock in with the Straight Talk Society, man, because you won't regret it, and we appreciate it. Also, milk coming out too. Look out for the merch. And if y'all can be so kind as to subscribe to the channel, it's only $1.99 a month. With all this premium content that we pushing out, it's definitely worth it. It just helps provide the channel with a resource to give y'all even better content, as if it can get better, right? But just go ahead and show us some love. We would be greatly appreciative.
The Straight Talk Society. We will not go over that 2.5 hour mark. So, Mike, you ain't got no shirt on, right?
I never have clothes on, bro.
But I'm saying you like right on the. Like
my bad. I don't like clothes, bro. Anybody that knows me, my
crazy.
Yeah, about to have me some Dr. What the What the heck? What the heck? I had my mouth. What the
Do you really believe that garbage?
It's not about believing, it's a matter of fact.
So So you believe
Well, nobody else can make a decision but me because I was the president. The final decision comes to the president.
You know, it's easy enough for a Monday morning quarterback to say what the coach should have done after the game's over. But when the decision is up before you, and on my desk I have a motto which says the buck stops here, the decision has to be made.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
And I want to say this to the television audience. I made my mistakes, but in all of my years of public life, I have never profited from public service. I've earned every cent. And in all of my years of public life, I have never obstructed justice. And I think, too, that I could say that in my years of public life, that I welcome this kind of examination because people have got to know whether or not their president's a crook. Well, I'm not a crook. I've earned everything I've got.
President?
Yep.
Mr. President, I want to raise an issue that I think you've been lurking out there for 2 or 3 weeks and cast it specifically in national security terms. You already are the oldest president in history, and some of your staff say you were tired after your most recent encounter with Mr. Mondale. I recall yet President Kennedy had to go for days on end with very little sleep during the Cuba Missile Crisis. Is there any doubt in your mind that you would be able to function in such circumstances?
Not at all, Mr. Truitt, and I want you to know that also I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit for political purposes my opponent's youth and inexperience.
And I'm the one who will not raise taxes. My opponent now says he'll raise them as a last resort or a third resort. But when a politician talks like that, you know that's one resort he'll be checking into. And my opponent won't rule out raising taxes, but I will, and the Congress will push me to raise taxes, and I'll say no. And they'll push, and I'll say no. And they'll push again, and I'll say to them, read my lips. No new taxes.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
You're full of shit.
All right, thank you.
No, shush. Shush.
In any country, prison is where society sends its failures. But in this country, society itself is failing.
I'd like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
We won the evangelicals. We won with young. We won with old. We won with highly educated. We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
Niggas, you crazy.
Grab him by the pussy.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Stay shut your mouth. Because you don't know what you're talking about. Yes, I did.
Hold it, tough guy. I'm not afraid of physical.
Hold it. Don't sit there and tell me I'm not.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, you can't get fooled again.
They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. Stand back and stand by. What do you
Last thing was Olivia Gondak. It says that I wanted to eat her pussy, Olivia Gondak. I've never said that in my life tour. I would never do that. I'm happily married. I've got more than enough to eat at home. Thank you very much.
You got to come see us when you come to New York, VP Biden.
I will.
It's a long way until November. We got more questions.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
Okay. I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible. I went to an Ivy League school. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words. We now have a gun on every table. We're ready to start shooting.
By the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the same man.
That was said sarcastically.
That was...
Even though they're trying to impeach the son of a bitch. Can you believe that? You believe that? That's enough. Put down the mic.
Mr. President, are you worried about indictments coming down in this investigation?
Punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
If I may ask one other question, are you worried?
That's enough. That's enough.
Mr. President, I was going to ask one other.
I don't want reality. I'm asking the question: which one is better? That's exactly what it is.
Got it on tape. What a stupid son of a bitch.
I don't like words that hide the truth. I don't like words that conceal reality. I don't like euphemisms or euphemistic language. And American English is loaded with euphemisms because Americans have a lot of trouble dealing with reality. Americans have trouble facing the truth. So they invent a kind of a soft language to protect themselves from it. And it gets worse with every generation. For some reason, it just keeps getting worse.
How stupid are these politicians to allow this to happen?
You want to run your mouth? We can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big guy.
Oh, stop it.
Is that your solution every poll?
No, sit down. Oh, you're a clown. Sit down. Look at you.
You're saying it's a falsehood, and they're giving Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts. Alternative facts. Alternative facts. Alternative facts.
Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your...
I ain't talking politics, I'm talking life.
I ain't talking politics, I'm talking life.
It's the most offensive thing that I have heard someone say. She is the Vice President of the United States. She is the most qualified person to be our nominee. She will beat Donald Trump.
Does anyone even know what DEI is? If that's all they've got, well, we're going to win in November.
I don't think we need to even say stuff like that. Don't think so. Look, Kamala
Why is
Harris,
that?
because her record is abysmal.
We are just repeating what Joe Biden himself said, and I dropped the receipts.
So that last comment coming from Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, who's one of the hard-right members of the House GOP conference. She posted a video on X of Joe Biden touting his diversified administration and pointing to Kamala Harris as a number two. But of course, Biden did not say that he was going to pick a black woman for his number 2 when he was running in 2020. He said he would name a woman. So that argument, of course, is undercut by the facts. And I asked the Speaker of the House, too, Jake, about whether or not he believes this was the right line of attack, whether it was appropriate for Tim Burchett to say this. He said, we need to focus on policies, not personalities.
We are in the fight for.
Biden said, first off, he said he's going to hire a black female for vice president, and that he just skipped over. What about white females? What about any other group? It just, when you go down that route, you take mediocrity, and that's what they have right now as a vice president. 100%. She was a DEI hire. Her record is abysmal at best.
First, it's the DEI hire part first, and then it's the record. But they can't help themselves but going at the race part of this.
Let me just say something here.
Please do.
This is going to work out badly because they worked very hard to attract black men into the Republican Party. They worked very hard to attract Latin men into the Republican Party. And they were getting a little bit of momentum there. There are a lot of black men who are saying, no, Democrats don't do anything for us, and Biden's weak, and they're starting to look over there at the Republican Party. You start insulting black women, you're going to see something you haven't seen before. Black men are not going to put up with that. I want to send a warning, as clear as I can. You're about to see something you haven't seen before. Look, people messed around with Hillary Clinton and said a bunch of mean stuff to her. Black men set that out. We won't set this out. So I don't think that the Republican Party understands.
On Kamala becoming the presidential nominee, I'm going to confess, I wasn't too happy about that. But I'm all in now. I'm 100% now for this reason. This representative from Tennessee, sorry, Connie, from Tennessee, he called her a DEI candidate. And then they start calling her colored. And then they start calling her out of her name. And as a black man, I can't let no white man talk about no sister like that. And I not take offense to it. Because who is more disqualified than Donald Trump? And Republicans are all in because he is the avatar for their grievance. How qualified does a black person have to be? Graduated at the top of her class at Howard, went to law school, was Attorney General of a state, a United States Senator, a Vice President of the United States, but she's not qualified? I'm all in. Because I'm not going to let any white man tell me how I ought to feel about a black person. Stony the road we've trod.
And there's a women angle to this as well, because every woman is familiar with mediocre white men telling them you didn't earn this. And that's what they're saying about a woman who's an attorney general, a U.S. senator, a vice president, a federal prosecutor. The resume's there. You're going to hear a lot of that come up. And I think that there is something that a lot of these women in the suburbs who don't like Donald Trump but were gravitating toward him because they felt like Joe Biden was weak could see this and be like, I'm going to be with her. Yeah, that's a resume I'm impressed with. There is.
Peace, peace, peace. What's going on? What's happening? MD checking in once again. Hey, this is going to be a dark side edition of Take Fist Politics. We in here with the world's most dangerous panel. And I mean that wholeheartedly. Shout out to Ricardo. What's happening?
Amir MD. What's going on? TFP panelists, Jeremy, Van Cat Getwell, Fuel. We're in it, and it's a very exciting and shocking week laying ahead. So let's get it.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. Shout out to the technician, Jeremy Dunbar. What's happening? Okay, Jeremy getting set up. All right, so you heard the video talking about the DEI hire. If you want to know where we're going, it's pretty clear. Last week, Donald Trump was invited to the National Association of Black Journalism conference, its annual conference. It was, with all intents and purposes, a shit show. That's what it was. Ricardo, give me your take on that first video talking about Kamala Harris being a DEI hire. Give me your take on that.
Well, color me not surprised. This is a playbook that I'm not quite particularly amused by, nor do I find it the least bit. What's the word I'm looking for here? Let's just say need that like I'm verklempt today because of how many stuff is going on, but it's not something that I would find surprising. I'll just leave this as how I've been saying for the past weeks. MAGA group, Donald Trump party, all the rest, because I don't even know what's the Republican Party compared to MAGA now, because it seems like they fuse somehow in the two. You do not want to go down that road where you're talking about a black woman being a DEI hire. If anybody knows particular well, is black people when it comes to getting employed anywhere. We have to work 10 times hard. We have to prove 10 times harder in terms of anything that we do because we're never qualified for anything. And it's the same thing that and I bet you anyone, if you ask a survey from anyone, whether you be in one particular industry, which is politics, the other one being whatever field you're in, it's going to be the same thing over and over again because everybody always, well, I shouldn't say everybody because I don't want to generalize. Certain people think that black people shouldn't be in certain particular spaces. And I get this a lot too. And I will go as far as saying I have an uncle that flies for American Airlines, and he's a captain. And people will go to somebody else because he's a black man flying the plane, thinking, oh, is he like, I'm going to ask you a question. Ma'am, sir, I'm right here. I'm the person that's in charge of this whole entire flight. They will go to somebody else who looks like them because they can't believe that he's a captain. This is the kind of nonsense that we go through. It's not a path that I think is wise for the Republican/MAGA party to go down if you're going for the particular win in November. And I'll try to explain to you why. This is not Hillary. This is one of those things where they have to be so concisely careful because what you will do is you will provoke the blackness in certain people to go, okay, well, you're talking about a black woman like that. You're not going to get my vote. So you automatically switch them to go vote for her anyways. And that's not what you want to do. It's like a reverse psychology in a sense. So you want me to vote for you, but then you're speaking bad or ill towards my community. Do you think I'm going to vote for you in the end? When I get in that booth, I'm going to go, well, I mean, she's a black person at the end of the day. So yeah, no. And they automatically switch. So this is why I'm saying this is not Hillary. I know people are going to go, oh, but it's like Hillary. She's nothing like Hillary. So what we need to do now is focus on policies, get to the nitty gritty now that we picked a VP, and focus on what she didn't do and what she could have improved on. But let's stay away from, and I'm speaking to y'all MAGA people and the Republican Party now, focus on policies and focus on things that are affecting the American people, like what precisely happened yesterday. Don't be going into race, don't be going into gender, don't be going into misogyny, don't be going into who slept with whose husband slept with the nanny. That is besides the point. Focus on policy, because if you go down that route of her dad is not black enough, or the dad is Jamaican, and this all sort of nonsense, it's not going to work because you're going to push people towards voting for her anyways. And the reverse psychology happens because at the end of the day, if I see representation, I'm going to go with what I see. I'm just going to leave it at that. You might argue with that, D, but I'm just going to leave it at that.
No, I mean, I get your point. Well, let me ask you a follow-up question, then we'll go to Jeremy. Do you believe that we need to have DEI initiatives in order for stuff like this to work? Having Kamala having the capacity to be in a position to run as president. And you know, DEI is a broad position. You know what I'm saying? And let me know in the chat if because I turned my mic up a little bit. I ain't wanted to be too loud. Let me know if it's still low. But I mean, you got DEI in like office positions, training positions, schools, whatever. Do you believe today in 2024 that we should even have a concept of DEI based on how diverse the country already is?
I don't believe. See, this is an open-ended question. I don't. We've progressed so much from the 80s, from the 70s, from the 60s to the point where we're at now, where I don't think it's necessary. It's kind of like the whole splitting of. I don't want to say because it's one of those things where the conversation opened up when we had George Floyd's incident in his death, where we're like, okay, there's certain things where people are like, oh, but I don't get why, you know, black people are going on and on and on. And then they had the Black Lives Matter thing, and then there was the All Lives Matter. It's like, oh, but it's like this whole conversation of, but you're not getting the point. Like that, we're not saying that your lives are not mattering. We're just saying that when we have to zero in on a lot of the issues that we're seeing affecting the black community, that's where the Black Lives Matter come in. And it's like, oh no, but all lives matter. No. So in a sense, I don't think DEI is necessarily a thing that needs to be, I'm trying to word my phrases carefully. It doesn't necessarily have to be present anymore because we progressed for so long to the point of where we're at now. But it is a necessary evil because you still have people that are out there that will do certain stupid crap that we know of, where they will be prejudiced, where they will skip over somebody, or they will feel like inclined to say, all right, well, I don't need to do this anymore because, and then you're going into an establishment, you're going, wait a minute, I don't see anybody that looks like MD or looks like me. So am I comfortable spending here? Or do I? And then they start going down that rabbit hole. So then it's like, it's a catch-22. Do you need it or do you not need it? It's kind of like, not to me, I don't think you necessarily need DEI initiatives, but at the same length and breath, you kind of do because of on account of what we know, what this country's been predicated on. And it's a sad thing for me to say, but it is the truth. And you might think differently, but that's just how I feel.
Hey, I feel you. I feel you. All right, hey, shout out to the technician. You ready? Jeremy Dunbar. I don't know why we can't hear him.
Jeremy, is your mic on? Maybe you're talking and we can't hear you, Jeremy.
Okay, yeah. So I guess I'm going. Jeremy will probably be back after a little while. All right, so let's get into the shit show. Obviously you seeing Vancat is not here. He's a little bit under the weather today. So you got the bad guy. You got me. You know what I'm saying? I'll take the reins. And you know, Ricardo always gonna be, you know, coming up with my sick. Shout out to Jeremy. Can you go ahead? Speak now.
What's going on, fellas? Can you hear me?
There you go. There go the technician. All right. Give your intro, man, and give us your thoughts on what you think about DEI. Do you feel like Kamala is a DEI hire? All that good stuff.
Forgive my ignorance, but what is a DEI?
So DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. It's basically a concept.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay,
yeah,
like
okay,
affirmative action type. Yeah.
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
Gotcha. They're all the same lines. Basically, she's only in because she's of her skin color, kind of deal, right?
And being a woman, you double bang.
So that's the height of ignorance in itself, regardless, because skin color and gender doesn't make policies. Truth and good judgment and solid foundation makes good policies at the end of the day. I don't care if you're plaid, purple, black, orange, green, as long as you are making the right decisions, and you are, then I have no problems, right? At the end of the day, for them to say that, honestly, I want to say they say that to kind of keep the division and strife amongst the people, because they want to still have us divided, yet they know that there's still going to be some foolish, ignorant people who will just go along to get along, kind of deal. So they know they're not hurting so bad, if I'm looking, outside looking in, it seems to me that's the tactic, and it's ignorance at the end of the day. It's just sheer ignorance and foolishness. You guys all know how I feel about Kamala Harris, whether she was white as snow, yellow as butter, black as the street. I don't really care. Her policies, for me, I don't like them, but that's not the question at hand.
Hold the press, Jeremy. Did you just say black as the street?
Yes.
You're a racist.
No, I'm not. I just said white as snow, yellow as butter. I said I don't care what it is.
That was funny. I'm just messing with you, Jeremy. Continue.
So I mean, to me personally, it doesn't really matter in that sense. I don't really care. And only stupidity cares about that at the end of the day, because qualification is what matters. Yes, I believe in a firm character over everything, because the firmer your character and the better your character, the better you can represent in a good way. I know a lot of people feel, it doesn't matter about your private life. Well, it does, because that shows you their character, right? And this is why we're at the state where we're at. Like, Donald Trump, for instance, is a prime example. I mean, his outside life is trash, so his policies are trash, right? His MD's favorite word, his morals and ethics are trash. So he's trash, right? At the end of the day, the character matters and the mind matters of these people. And I'll just stick with it. Her ethnicity, her gender does not matter. If a woman can do the job correctly, by all means, do it. If an Oriental woman can do it, well, whatever, that's fine. I don't care if you're from Antarctica. If you can do it right, then that's all that matters. So that's how I feel about it.
Okay, cool. You see the comment, right? It say Jeremy is a DEI hire on Take Fist Politics.
I am absolutely affirmative.
We had to get some diversity.
Affirmative.
Hey, man, hey.
We have to bring right up in here.
Right, exactly. You know what I'm saying? You need a little salt with that pepper. Listen, so
perfect blend, brother. Perfect blend.
Perfect blend. You know what I'm saying? No Mrs. Dash over here. So let's go straight into it. Again, we're talking about the featured topic, Trump at the NABJ conference, a debacle. So let's go into the first video. The ghost of Van Cat gonna set it on up for it. Play the footage, Van Cat.
Let's bring out the former president of the United States, the Republican nominee for president, former President Donald Trump. Mr. President, we so appreciate you giving us an hour of your time. I want to start by addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabbit to describe black district attorneys. You've attacked black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking black supporters to vote for you, why should black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the black population of this country. I've done so much for the black population of this country, including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for black workers and black entrepreneurs. I've done so much, and and I say this, historically black colleges and universities were out of money, they were stone cold broke, and I saved them, and I gave them long-term financing, and nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that, and let me go a step further. I was invited here, and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense, and then you said you can't do it with Zoom. Well, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late. Just so we understand, I have too much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working, or something was wrong.
Mr. President, I would love
I think
if you
it's
can
a
answer the
very
question
nasty
on your rhetoric
question.
and why you
I have
believe that
answered
black
the
voters
question.
should trust you with another 4
I have
years.
been the best president for the black population since Abraham Lincoln. That's my answer.
Better than President
That's
Johnson,
my
who signed the
answer.
Voting Rights
And
Act?
for you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work, in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace. I really do.
Let me just ask a follow-up, sir, and then we'll move on to other questions here. Some of your own supporters, including Republicans on Capitol Hill, have labeled Vice President Kamala Harris, who is the first black and Asian American woman to serve as vice president and be on a major party ticket, as a DEI hire. Is that acceptable language to you? And will you tell those Republicans and those supporters to stop it?
How do you define DEI? Go ahead. How do you define
diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Is that what your definition?
Give me
a definition then. Would you give me a definition
DEI.
of that? Give me a definition of
Sir,
that.
I'm asking you a question,
No,
a
you
very
have to
direct
define
question.
it. Define it for me, if you would.
I just defined it, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is only on the ticket because she is a black woman?
Well, I can say no. I think it's maybe a little bit different. So I've known her a long time indirectly, not directly very much. And she was always of Indian heritage, and she was only promoting Indian heritage. I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. So I don't know, is she Indian or is she black?
She has always
But you know
identified
what?
as a black woman.
I
She went to a
respect
historically
either
black
one.
college.
I respect either one, but she obviously doesn't, because she was Indian all the way, and then all of a sudden she made a turn, and she became a black person.
Just to be clear, sir, do you believe that
I think
she is
somebody should look into that too when you continue in a very hostile, nasty tone.
It's a direct question, sir. Do you believe that Vice President Kamala Harris is a DEI hire, as some
I really
Republicans
don't
have
know.
said?
I mean, I really don't know. Could be. There are some, and there are plenty. I know this lady right over there, Harris, is a fantastic person who just interviewed me at length. And we had a great interview, I think, and I heard you got very good ratings on that
Well,
interview.
you told me it was the longest one of your life, so we had a good discussion. Look, I want to talk about why you're here today. I mean, it is not lost on us how divided we are as a country. And as you were coming today, we really got to see that we are divided along the lines of race, along the lines of gender. And there is this question of, in this moment where we are, why come here? What is your message today?
My message is to stop people from invading our country that are taking, frankly, a lot of problems with it. But one of the big problems, and a lot of the journalists in this room I know and I have great respect for, a lot of the journalists in this room are black. I will tell you that coming from the border are millions and millions of people that happen to be taking black jobs. You had the best.
What exactly is a black job, sir?
A black job is anybody that has a job. That's what it is. Anybody that has a job.
All right.
And
Mr. President,
they're taking the employment away from black people. They're coming in, they're invading. It's an invasion of millions of people, probably 15, 16, 17 million people. I have a feeling it's much more than that. and everybody's been seeing what's happened. The first group of people, the black population, is affected most by that. And Kamala is allowing it to happen. She's the border czar. She's the worst border czar in the history of the world. There's never been a border czar like this. She's never even essentially been. She said she was there once, but not the right part of the border. So she was a border czar. She's done a horrible job. These people are coming into our country, and they're taking black jobs and Hispanic jobs, and frankly, they're taking union jobs. Unions are being very badly affected by all of the millions of people that are pouring into our country. And one thing, as we discussed, many of these people are coming in from mental institutions, from prisons, from jails. They're gang members in other countries. Other countries are setting loose their prisoners. They're opening up their prisons and their mental institutions, and they're taking their bad people, drug dealers, gang members, and they're bringing them into the United States. And by the way, their crime rate is going down, and our crime rate is going to be a disaster.
Mr. President,
he became a black person. Why he say it so mysteriously like that? like it was shrouded in mystery. You don't know how it happened. Check this out. Peace to everybody in the chat. For the people that's in the chat that may have immigrant ancestry, give us your harrowing stories in the chat of when you became a black person. Just put it in the chat, share your story, and inspire others to share theirs. Now, let's get to it. All right, first things first. The beginning of the video, Rachel Scott of ABC, she was there to pose questions to Trump. Now, first and foremost, let me say this. I think the format in which they had the panel was not good. That's just my opinion. First of all, he lied. He lied about the lateness, and the right wing extremists. They ran with it, saying that them Negroes over at the NABJ was on Negro CP time and everything was late. But we now know that wasn't true. We know now that he was basically feeling some type of way in regards of the panelists fact checking what the answers that he was going to give, basically, and he did not like that. So he stalled. Him and his team stalled over 30 minutes before he finally agreed to come on stage. What's another thing? The whole situation of him not really knowing who Kamala was. Social media is always on the case.
Yes, we are.
So we found out back in the 2010s, I believe it was 2014, 2011, 2014. Kamala was rerunning a campaign, and sure enough, Trump directly, because he directly wrote the check.
Yes, he did.
So he directly gave a donation to Kamala's campaign at that particular time. I mean, I know big money is big money, but I'm not writing no check unless I know who that person is. I just ain't willy-nilly throwing no money away. You know what I mean? And going back to the DEI stuff, he said that he didn't know. He didn't know that she was black. He thought she was a full-fledged Indian. I mean, which is fine. I'm not saying there ain't no truth in that. He may have well thought. But I'm pretty sure it didn't take him no time to find out her quote-unquote black side. So, sure enough, everybody and their mama that's a right-wing MAGA maniac extremist is running with it. And I'm kind of glad it happened because it pushes forward the final battle in which I spoke about last week. This needs to happen, folks. We need to have a final position in which how we view race and gender. It need to happen. So I'm glad it's happening. And you can see clearly there's no obscurity. You can clearly see what a lot of these MAGA maniacs within government view gender and race. You can clearly see color is what one pundit said. I thought we've been past that since the 60s.
Nope.
Color. You know what I'm saying? So it's sad, but then again, like I said, I'm glad that it's happening because it further explains the position that I have in regards to this fulfilling a prophecy of political dominance from one side to the other. Let's go to the technician, Jeremy. What you think?
I will take reproduction for 1,000, and that is the moment that you are black. By the way, if you are black by nature, is the moment of conception. So I just want to throw that out there. No, but all kid aside, I'm not surprised because this is a man who has degraded women and people in general for so long, and he's gotten away with it. So why would he change, right? At the end of the day, why would he change? And then you have all the morons amongst the people that follow it because they're like-minded and they were just too scared to say it because maybe the black man might, knock their teeth out and they're afraid. So now they feel they have somebody, yeah, it's not surprising. Jackie McCall made a very good point. Where were all the black men journalists that didn't go on the stage and defend? I second that, and I say where were all the men in general? I don't care. It should have been every man in general should have stood up against that and called wrong for wrong and not let it stand. Now I understand it's a political, interview, if you will, but nevertheless, it's not a reason to just sit there. Stand up and call the man out for what he is.
Facts.
Now, real quick, Jeremy, I don't know
Yes.
if you, for people that watch the entirety of the Q&A session, you could hear like a bunch of jeering and heckling, basically.
Yes.
That person that was doing all that yelling, that was Roland Martin, because Roland Martin was front and center in the front row when the question and answer was taking place. Later, come to find out that was Roland Martin. Roland Martin did not agree with the Q&A being there at all.
Really?
Like he was like, why do you have, and that'll probably be a later segment in the show.
Okay.
But Roland Martin was like, why are we giving Trump a platform? We already know
Facts.
what Trump is in terms. Now this is according to his position. Roland Martin's like, we already know what Trump is. Like, why are we giving him a platform? You know what I'm saying? So, there's some things that Roland said that I agree with. One of the things was the NABJ was not there in a professional setting. That's not what the NABJ is. All it simply is an association dedicated for the pushing forward of the ideals and basically job placement, essentially, of black journalists. That's what it is. We're not in the capacity of being journalists at the convention. So, I just wanted to say that. Now that, like I said, that's Roland Martin's position. I kind of agree with the first thing, but definitely the second. Like, it's almost like at your job, you in a professional setting at your job, but then your job had like a cookout.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
Like,
I'm picking up what you're throwing down.
You ain't in a professional capacity at the cookout. You know what I'm saying? So that part I agree with, but continue on.
Why do we constantly have this same battle? I mean, I know why, but it still baffles me to why we still have this inner hatred for one another when it's not necessary. At the end of the day, if one person can help another, what difference does it make for anyone to what color they are or what nationality or what it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it just doesn't matter. If you can do the job, I don't care if out of 100 people, if it was 99 black people were better qualified and had the job, I would say, hey, great job. They're qualified for it. Let them have it because they earned it. Why can't we have this understanding in this wicked country of America that the qualifications are what matters? I don't want some fireman to come rescue me simply because he's white. No, I want the fireman to rescue me because he's qualified for the job. And it goes for any race under the sun. If you're qualified for that job, if you're qualified to have that position, by all means, you should have that position because you're going to do it the best. And at the end of the day, we need to focus on who's qualified, who isn't. Get this visual of what someone looks like out of the picture and get to how they can do it and how well they can do it for the betterment of everybody, not just themselves. Because you're looking at an office that's supposed to be for the whole country. It's a face of the country, right? Even though we know the realities of politics that the president really doesn't have too much to say, as far as it's mostly the other Senate and governors and legislation and all that has to deal with it. But if this face that we're putting up there, what it reflects matters. What they stand for matters because that's what everybody's going to think we are. As stupid as it sounds that people think that way, that's the reality of it. We need to face reality that we need someone better, something better. We need to do better all around. And this is why society has fallen down so much, is because it's who you know, what color your skin is, who your parents know, whatever. People have. I'm not convinced in. I'm not convinced in titles. I'm convinced in action and proof. I'm not convinced. You can be a lawyer all you want. Look how many lawyers there are in the world. How many are actually good to the point where you're like, wow, that man's the best or that woman's the best? Very few. Your credentials in a way just means you've gone through the process, right? So when we stop focusing on the credentials and focus on what can they do and what have they done, then we get a better result. But we don't think like that.
Let me ask you real quick. Do you feel
Yes,
like Rachel Scott, the first lady that spoke, do you feel like she disrespected Trump?
I don't feel she disrespected.
Based off
no.
the question that she asked.
No. It was a valid question. I mean, because at the end of the day, we all know what his intentions are. So it was a good question to just get it out. That's why she said, "Let's get the elephant out of the room," right? I mean, let's just cut the nonsense out. We know what you are. This is what it is. Why do you feel this way? To show your ignorance. I have no problems with how she asked that question. If somebody's ignorant and you're gonna call it out, call it out. I got no problems. Let that be shown to the public. Let everybody see it, because it's going to get people to think. So I think she asked the right question. She got under his skin to show his character, which was brilliant. That's exactly what she did.
I agree.
Brilliant.
I agree.
Brilliant by her. And I give her lots of credit and kudos for that, for sure. Brilliancy. And that's what needs to happen. And then people need to open their eyes to see. Because you don't know somebody in the good times. You know somebody through the bad times. When your feet are to the fire, your character shows. And she put him immediately on his feet to the fire, and his character showed. If he was a changed man, like he always claims he was, his response would be different. His simple fact of I, me tells me he's the exact. I pay attention to those words. I did this for the black people. I did this for that people. I did this for the other people. No, you didn't physically do any of that. You may have had some ideas, and some of them were a lot of them were probably stupid, and they didn't go through, and somebody else helped you and cleaned it up for you. I'm sure that happened a lot, right? So that alone, it hasn't changed since he first ran in 2016, and all throughout his presidency. And then after the last one, it's I. He switched up here and there for we every now and again, just to get the simple-minded to be like, oh, see, he's starting to change, and now look at it now. It's the same guy. He's not going to change. And if anybody thinks he's going to change, you're a fool. You're a fool. That's what I got to say.
All right, cool. Ricardo, what's your take on that initial introduction and what was said in that video? And when did you become black?
Well, first and foremost, I became black when I realized when I came into this country. Actually, no, way before then. Um, because black was never an issue until, because if most of you are not aware, I actually was born Jamaican, immigrated to Canada, lived there for a while, and then immigrated here. So I've had the privilege of
You
living
you
in
took you took the scenic route to blackness.
pretty much. And when I got here, it is when it hit me the most, when everybody just kept focusing on race. And I'm like, in Jamaica, I didn't really, I mean, it was, you hear it here, there, and probably like a few times, but it was so prevalent here. It was like, oh, you're black, and oh, you do this. And it's funny because we kind of touched lightly on this yesterday when we were talking about this on Man Talk Monday, but there's many shades of black. Now, when you're looking at a particular person, sometimes you will never even know what, because you kind of squint, you're like, maybe that person is swirly, maybe that person might be mixed with something, but does that take away from the fact that they're black? I don't know. It's kind of like a very touchy rabbit hole that we have to go down, and I guess we're going to go down it with this election, because when Obama was coming in, I didn't think it was that I mean, they kind of lightly touched on it on account of, if most of you didn't know, Obama kept President Obama, I'm going to say it correctly, President or former President Obama, showed, if correct me if I'm wrong, MD, he mostly showed his mom was a white woman, and there was never an issue. I think we saw his dad maybe once in a picture, but the whole pictures that he always showed was either his grandmother or his mom. So all of a sudden now it's a problem with people when it comes to Kamala running. And as a Jamaican, I take offense to this because, like I explained to everyone yesterday, in Jamaica you have various, or I will say it's a very, very diverse, multicultural country. And what I mean by that is there's many facets of different variations of people on the island. There's people that are Chinese Jamaican, there's people that are Indian Jamaican, there's people that are your native African, or we say maroon descendants of like the slaves that rebelled against the British and fought autonomy in either the Coptic country, which is on the western side of the island, and there's another set of people that were on the eastern side that also fought autonomy. So in other words, in today's language, you cannot enter that set of land that they now possess without them giving you permission. You can be killed on spot. That's how powerful it's been since 18 something. They've been that way. You have multiple, and I could go on and on in terms of how many different variations. And the reason because of this, to give you a history lesson, is because you had indentured people that were brought about on the island of Jamaica. So when Jamaica didn't gain independence, but when it gave emancipation, which was celebrated on August 1st, if y'all don't know, you need to do some research. They basically, it was to enable slaves to be free, and that was the whole premise of it. With that being stated, I guess
that was 1833, right?
There you go. Yes. So that was the premise of that. What ended up happening is that there was so much rebellion that came about from that the British were like, all right, well, we might have to start bringing in other people from different places to kind of cultivate and do stuff and help elevate the island. So they brought in the Indians, and they brought in the Chinese, they even brought in the Germans. They brought in a lot of people who were Jewish, who were from Poland, from on the eastern part of Europe. But mostly there's a huge population of German descendants who came from Bavaria, Germany, Deutschland, who over time integrated on the island. So when you look at the faces, yes, it will be predominantly majority-wise Black people that you will see, but there are other variations of people. Heck, we even have people who are Tianos, who you don't know, if you don't know who those are, particularly, are actual people who are like descendants of Caribs, which were the first descendants of people that Columbus saw when he came into the Caribbean. And yes, they still do exist, as much as the history books doesn't want to tell you. They actually are there. So, and I had a friend who was Tiano. So it goes to show that there's a lot.
If you ask some Negroes, they'll say they black. The Tainos, the Caribs.
So there's a lot that comes, and like MD said, I think it's probably a rabbit hole that we need to discuss and go down in this election, because it's now opening the floodgates. Because I kept hearing people. It's funny, and it's fun. Like, people know more about Jamaica than I do. It's funny because when I'm schooling them, and I'm like, "Hello, I'm from Jamaica, so I'm telling you." They're like, "No, Kamala's not. She's not black." I said, "But what? Define black to me, because her father is black. I mean, as much as he has an Indian mixture in him, there's many people who are from the island of Jamaica who are descendants of Indo, or we say Indo or Coolie is what we usually say in Jamaica, like your Coolie descendants or Indian mixed with black, because they have to integrate over time. You don't think they're going to they wouldn't be by themselves. They have to, at some point, they would. So I'm going to be blunt. They had sex with black people and eventually created other, variations of the subset of people that they came from. So yes, that did happen. There's a lot of integration in Jamaican culture, which have descendants from India, China, Germany, whereabouts. Kamala is one. Lester Holt from NBC News is one. A representative that went to Miss Universe, Yendi Phillips, is one. I could go on and on. There's a whole plethora of people that are of Indian/Black descendants who come from the island of Jamaica. This notion that they're not Black is very stupid. It's a very, inconceived narrative that needs to stop. And it ends here because as a Jamaican, I will tell you why it sounds stupid to me and why we need to cut that out. Yes, as much as Kamala, and I will say this on record, because even the Jamaicans that I've spoken to have a problem with her not claiming her rightful side, which is the father side of the island. But that doesn't make her father any less Jamaican. He is.
Hold up, real quick, Ricardo, real quick. Maria G's comment is up here. It says, I guess the one drop rule doesn't apply. Where was the one drop rule applied? Got to ask that question because it wasn't applied in Jamaica. Wasn't applied in Jamaica. So you can see the nuances is all I'm saying.
I got you. But if that's the case, y'all, would you all consider Bob Marley Black? Because that's another topic of discussion that we need to get into. Is the most renowned Jamaican person that we know of in the world, Bob Marley, the man that brought about reggae music to the forefront of the African movement, independence movement, all of that. The Black diaspora movement. Is he not Black? Because technically he is. I mean, his mother is Black and his father was white. Does that make him any less Black than, So it's a rabbit hole. Like I said, it's a very dangerous rabbit hole to go down because we have multiple shades of Black people. And it's one of those things that if we're going to touch on it, I think it's going to open the floodgates during this election far more, I think, more prevalent than how it did for Obama's election in 2008. So if the MAGA crowd wants to go down that path, do understand that you will force people to vote the opposite way. And it's not because you guys don't know better. It's because you are pushing it so hard, even from certain people that I know is in my community. It's like, oh, she's not Black. She is Black. Her father is Jamaican, which therefore over time, and then this other narrative is as well that I need to touch on as well, MD, is that, oh, her family owned slaves. You do realize that Jamaica is a former British colony, right? And what drove Jamaica's, I guess, the British Empire's whole predicament is what? Slave trade. They brought about slaves from where? From Africa. So
but that's the majority of Black people, like in North America, period.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right, and it's a stupid narrative because I know people who are from Maryland, I know people who are from Virginia, I know people who are from the Carolinas who are, I would say looking at them are pretty much Black, but their descendants and family members own slaves. Does that make them any less Black? It's a question that you see the rabbit hole I'm talking about that we're going down. That it's like, really, are we're still talking about certain things that does it? So what I'm trying to touch on or make light of is, does it make a difference when you look at a particular person or in terms of what they've done or in terms of the contribution of this community? Is it that they're less Black because they don't look Black like you and I do? Or is it the fact that they are shade lighter? Or is it the house Negro mentality? Is it the crab in the bucket mentality? It's like I'm confused with this whole narrative because it's taking us down a path where we're like, okay, well, was Obama not Black enough for you? Because technically he had a half white, half Black parent. So the same thing when again, I touched on Bob Marley, the most renowned Jamaican artist or the face of Jamaica that you could know of. He was Black because his father was white and his mother was Black, like blackly black, like we would usually say.
Yeah, she was ugly. Let's just keep it real. She was ugly as hell. I seen a picture of Bob Marley mom.
So I mean, what I'm trying to touch on, what makes MD, what makes you black or what makes me black? I'm trying to understand. Is so when
again, I believe it's a cultural appropriation. It to me it has nothing to do with skin color at all.
And why are we
I'm
focusing on
go
that?
ahead.
No, that's sorry to cut you off, but again, why are we focusing on the skin color narrative? It's like it's the same thing that's making us creating this dissonance in our community that's always been there. Like this whole mentality of that the guy over there is more lighter skinned than I am, but is he not still black? I mean, if you have half, like one parent is black and the other one is white, they still regard you as black. I'm still confused by this. Like, why are we still touching on this topic? But again, I digress.
I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you at all. Like I say, I'm the person that say throw the term in the trash can. So let's make that perfectly clear. I don't even like the term black. All I'm saying is from a cultural appropriation standpoint, Black Americans are the ones that pushed the term as a self-identification marker to the forefront. We extended that olive branch to other people within the diaspora. I'm not saying that we didn't. What you're seeing right now with a lot of other black people that are pushing this narrative is based on, again, like you said, all the things that you said, crab in the barrel, misinterpretation of what the cultural appropriations are. So I agree with you. We got Mr. Straight Talk Trevor in the house, and I was about to address him because he said some things in the comment section.
You gotta give him a
yeah, exactly. So he said some basically what Trevor said, and he correct me if I'm misinterpreting what he said. He's saying that the gender aspect of this whole thing overrides the racial aspect, and that's why you're getting all this pushback. Am I correct in your interpretation?
You're absolutely correct. Can you hear me?
You got it. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
you got the floor.
Well, okay. Peace to the panel, first of all. Peace to the chat. Peace to those watching over on Twitter. So this is the second time Ricardo brought up race when nobody was talking about race. So this, and there's no indictment on him. But this is how our minds have been conditioned about this. So I say in the chat, when Obama was running for president, all of Black America united. I mean, it was like overwhelmingly Black people were united to vote for Obama. You had a few. I mean, nothing's going to be 100%. You had a few that was like, oh no, I'm not going to do it. But those were mostly whitewashed Black people that they were spewing white people talking points. That's just what they were doing. Overwhelmingly, Black America was united when it came to Obama. So now here we have Kamala becomes Joe Biden's VP. And what happened when Kamala was nominated to become Joe Biden's VP? That's when you got the Chucks and Pearls. That's when you got that. Yeah, that's when you got that's when you got the AKAs coming out in full force. So what's the common denominator there? That's when the Black women were going crazy. When Obama ran, you had Black men and Black women. Hell, I was even helping, at the polls then. But when Kamala gets into this position, it's the Black women and not the men. I am telling you, you heard last night on Monday Night Tapers Politics, Wayne said everything he needed to say without coming outright and saying. He kept talking about Kamala's, her locking up Black men and blah blah blah. And I say this: those dudes deserve to get locked up. I bet you, of all the Black men that people always talk about got locked up, they locked up all these Black men because of their crime bill. Bullshit. Those Black men, 80% of them probably deserve to get locked up. So I'm not going to sit here and cry a river that some may have fell through the cracks. I mean, come on now,
That's
we
been
gotta
debunked anyway. It's been debunked
yeah,
already. So
exactly, but that's what I'm saying. But you see the talking points that they automatically run to. If you didn't do the crime, then you don't have to worry about no crime bills affecting you. Every time I've been arrested, it's because of me. I did it. I did the crime. So, but that's not what this is about. When I told my wife, I think it was Venkat who said that Joe Biden was stepping down, and I told my wife, I'm like, oh my goodness, Joe Biden just announced that he's stepping down, and Kamala's most likely going to take his place. My wife looked at me and she said, "This is going to be." She said, "Now you're going to see the most division." See, because I look at different spaces on YouTube. The first video that was played was of a preacher saying that I wasn't for Kamala, and he still never said why he wasn't for her. He never said why he wasn't for her. He just said he changed his mind just because some dudes are talking about her, and he feels that he has to defend her. He still never said the reason for her. I'm telling you, this is bigger than this color thing. The color thing is being used as a stumbling block just to get everybody's mind off of what's really going on. This is because it's a woman. That's all it is. I don't care if she's black, white, purple. It's because she's a woman. No politician is good. I mean, this is one of them things where you kind of got to deal with the lesser of two evils. No politician is good, but somebody's going to be picked president in November. But I am telling you, I watch so many videos of preachers talking about trying to go against her, and they can't tell you why. They try to lump it in and be like, oh, because she's pro-abortion and stuff like that. They always were that way. President Obama is the one that ushered this LGBT thing in. Yep. But y'all was all tapping him on his ass. So the only difference is because she's a woman. Y'all know my stance. I don't necessarily think women should be, leading the greatest country in the world, but I'm gonna have to bite that bullet. It's just, but you look at the prevailing, everybody that talks about Kamala not being fit is they always go to that crime bill crap. But remember, these are the same people that voted Joe Biden in who wrote the 1994 crime bill. Was it 94? Yeah, I think it was 94. That really put black men behind bars. So everything they try to come up and be like, oh man, she this, she that. And I look at the previous two politicians, you'd be like, oh my goodness, they did the exact same thing. The only difference is because she is a woman. And they probably believe like me that they're gonna lead out of emotion because that's what they do. It is what it is. It's a proven fact. I mean, I know MD probably chomping at the bit to go there with me, but it's a proven fact. They lead out of emotion. But she is just as qualified as the guy she's running against. I mean, it's absolutely, this is nonsense. And because only thing you could tell me her downfalls is the crime bill, and because she's pro-abortion. I'm against abortion also. But
well, also Trev, remember the other talking point is she slept her way to the top.
Right, that was the other thing.
Donald Trump on what, marriage 4?
That's not
it's third. But hey,
you see what I'm saying though? Yep. Bill Clinton got sloppy toppy in the White House. You see what I'm saying? Again, what is she doing different? And bro, I'm like right now I'm like, damn, is this me really caping for a woman right here? But I'm telling you, that's all this is about, is because she's a woman. That's it. If this was a white man right now doing the exact same thing, oh my goodness, everybody will be waving the pom-poms for her. It's just because she's a woman. It is. The most, it's always a debate. Who's the most disrespected in this country? The black man or the black woman? I still think the black woman is the most disrespected person in this country. A lot of it they bring on themselves. but nevertheless, they still are the most disrespected and underprotected.
I think Van Cat trying to tell you something. He's saying in the initial video, the preacher, he's saying he wasn't for Kamala at first because he is a conservative and Kamala is liberal. That's why he wasn't for her.
Okay, I just saw the chat, but I'm conservative too. But again, I'm not for half the stuff. I said it last night. I mean, damn, y'all check out last night's show. I basically said that my values are Republican values. The only reason I'm a registered Democrat is because they told me I should have been because I was black. No. That's it. And I haven't changed affiliation yet. That's it. But all my values line up with Republican values. It does.
But that means that you need to change it then, Trevor, to independent, because you're not really a Democrat. You're an independent voter. You just go based on what it is that's going to benefit you in the end. And that's what I'm
so glad we ain't got to do that in Georgia. I'm so glad. Yeah, see, because we got an open primary in Georgia. We don't have to register for anything.
I've been stopped showing
because you guys are smart.
Yeah, because why be bombarded? Even now, I'm getting texts and emails. Oh, you need to be voting black. I said no. I'm an independent voter. I'm not going to be going with the Democratic Party on account of I'm black. Please stop that. Like it's what's your policies that drive me to vote. Let's line up for what I want. And Trevor, I agree with Trevor as well. There's certain things in the Democratic Party, even Kamala, that don't stand for. It's way against what they stand for. But at the end of the day, it's not like the other side is giving me anything for me to go with at the same length and breath. So it's difficult as a black independent voter to choose a side that I know damn well doesn't have the interest of my best interest for my community at heart. But again, they're going to shook and drive themselves in the church on that last Sunday of November. They go, oh, this is we're going to go for. So, there's so much. Why both him and I align in terms of what we think when it comes to voting, politics-wise, because there's certain things that happen. But again, people are going to say, "Oh, but you're Democrat." No, sorry, I'm not. I'm an independent voter. I don't do that.
Hey, Ricardo, you breaking up? I don't know if that's
you chopping up you chopping up big time.
Yeah.
Hey, fellas, can I say something? It's a little off topic, but
yes, go ahead.
MD, I've been thinking about this. I've been trying to figure out who you look like, and I finally got it. You look like the rapper Twista.
Yes,
I've heard that before. I also heard I look like the guy from Two Live Crew, Freaky Chinese. I done heard that. I done heard it before. I done heard it before, bro. Trust me, I done heard it.
And folks, you don't play up to it because you see his face over there laughing. We know you play up to it.
Now that's funny because Freaky Chinese was actually Chinese Jamaican, correct?
Yes, it was.
So now you got to put my blackness into question.
So hold on. So this is what I really came up here for because I can't be doing all that typing. I be needing to get the answer right then and there because MD always say, "Oh, let's get rid of the term black," and then he say black by cultural just your upbringing and stuff. And last night in Yame was trying to make a distinction between Florida blacks and New York blacks. Like I just the most ridiculously that I've ever heard in my life. So
that was surprising coming from Yame. I did not expect that at all.
Shocking for him.
Yeah, last night was crazy. Again though, let me say this because you hear the talking points. They always, and this mostly come from the Hebrew Israelites about Bob Marley not being black because his father's white and his mother's black. Listen, all that is stupidity because it's crazy that you'll be okay to accept a Spanish person into your fold, but not an actual black person just because he's not 100% black. He's only 80% black or 50% black. It just makes absolutely no sense. But what I did want to say and nobody will debate me on this. You won't dare touch it, MD. Black people in America have an identity crisis. And that's why y'all want to hold on to the last thing that you think you got in life, and that's being called black. And anytime anybody comes over here that you feel is threatening your position as being black, God forbid, I want to include myself in the struggle. I mean, I grew up in the hood just as well as you probably grew up in the hood. I've had to partake in government cheese and canned food and welfare and stuff like that. I told you I've been here since I was 6 months old. But again, I somehow don't qualify as being black just because I came from Jamaica versus being here. That's foolishness, MD. That's ridiculous. Y'all, of all the things that want to tie yourself to, you want to tie yourself to the struggle. That's just like when you ask the Israelite, how do you tell me that you're Israelite? They go straight to the curses of Deuteronomy. Hey man, what Blue said it best. Identify me by the blessings and never the curses. I'm not holding myself to no curses, and I'm not gonna make myself less than. I am black. You look at every piece of identification I have, it says black. It don't say anything else. It don't say other. So you a big constitutionalist? You love the law of the land? My government paperwork identifies me as a black man. So therefore, I am a black man according to the United States of America, and I am done.
Hey, I don't disagree with anything you said. I don't know what argument that you're trying to get out of me. Again, I'm the one that says no to black. Why do I say no to black? Based on the fact that we do, in fact, have that identity crisis in which you speak of. I say the ethnicity should be tied to the nation. That's what I say. I'm an American, born and bred. That I don't know what else you want me to say. The term black is based off of cultural appropriation. You can't deny that. But what I'm saying is, how do you link the cultural appropriation amongst the people in the diaspora? Somebody else gonna have to. I can't answer that. Somebody else gonna have to do it. I thought Inyame was gonna do it last night, but hell, Inyame was more extreme than I was.
Yeah, it was hella extreme.
So
I don't
you
never
know what I'm saying. So what you want me to say?
Hey, Mike. No, real quick. Mike said it best. Y'all, Black Americans pick cotton. We pick sugar cane, and we suffered the same thing. Y'all, we were under British rule, and is because there's no difference. Literally, the slave ships came to us first, came to Jamaica first. Then, well, of course, if you let Kev tell it, it never happened. But literally, the slave ships came to us first, then came over here. So if anything, we got first dibs on it, but I ain't gonna go there. But man, hey, listen, I always do this every week. I interrupt the show, so I'm gonna be listening in the back. I'm watching this Wyatt Six match, so yeah, I'll be listening in the back, man. Y'all continue on.
All right, yeah, we're gonna move on to the next video. I'll just say this. I would never question your blackness based on your experiences here in America. I can't do it nowhere else. I can't that ain't up for me to decide based on the nationalistic principle. I can't do it. But I'm saying here, I don't have the right to take away your blackness. All I can do is self-identify based on the root of where that term comes from politically. That's all I'm saying. And yeah, if you were here in 1945 or whatever situation, yeah, you would have been classified as black. That's just what it is. What I'm saying is it goes much deeper than that. It just do. We had something in this country called the intra-continental slave trade. Basically what that was you had Negroes from the South going to Barbados, coming back. So hell, it's all a hodgepodge at the end of the day. That's why you can't define it based off of a principality of race. It ain't that simple. You have to do it based off culture. But some Negroes, they may argue with that based on some type of delineation linkage. And I get it. We should delineate based on the harms as me being a reparationist. But culturally, I don't play that game. Like I said, just throw it away. That's my opinion. But in any event, We're going to move on to the next video in regards to NABJ conference. And Van the ghost of Van Cat, roll the tape.
Turn it around. What's your plan for the black community when it comes to money?
So, first of all, it's very hard to hear you for whatever reason because of the fact that they have bad equipment, because I guess, this woman was unable to get the right equipment. But it's very hard for me to hear you, but I can hear every other word. It's very difficult, actually. But so I don't know if they can fix it or do something with it, but I'll do the best I can with it. The inflation is absolutely destroying our middle class, our working class, virtually every class. Inflation is a disaster in our country. Inflation is a country buster. It breaks every country. And we had, in my opinion, the worst inflation we've had. They say it's 58 years, but I think it's much more than that. It's been devastating. And if you just take a look at a lot of things they don't include, like interest rates. Interest rates went from 2.4% to 10%, and you can't get the money. People can't buy houses. They no longer have the American dream. Young people, young black people, they don't have the American dream anymore. They can't buy a house. They can't borrow the money because of the cost of the money. They can't buy it because of the cost of housing, because of the cost to build it, because of inflation. Inflation is a disaster, and it's destroying our country, and it's destroying the black community probably as much or more.
So what do you do?
Than any
What's your plan?
You know what we have to do? We have to bring down the cost of energy, and that's going to bring down the cost of inflation. This was all started with a bad energy policy by Joe Biden. By the way, just if I might, I was running against a man named Biden. You probably saw that. And he was losing very badly in the polls, and then he had a rather bad debate. I would say it was a bad debate. I would say it was one of the worst debates in history. And his poll numbers crashed. And instead of saying, let's keep going and maybe something happens the other way, they said, oh, we're going to replace him. Let's just replace him. That's like you're in a fight, a prize fighter's in a fight. He's not doing well. You say, let's bring in another fighter. So our whole campaign was steered toward him, and now we have to steer toward him. But ultimately it's the same because they have bad policy. They have policies of open borders, unbelievable open borders, horrible energy policies. They want to get rid of, as you say, gasoline in cars. They want to get rid of oil. They want to get rid of efficient heating.
Mr. President.
Environmentally, what they're doing is killing our country. They're absolutely destroying our country. But the inflation is the thing that's hurting the black worker, the black population, and every other population within our country. Inflation is the worst it's been, I think, in over 100 years. And they'll fact check it. They'll say it's only 58. Whatever it may be, they don't add all the numbers. They don't add the really bad numbers, and you can check that too. But inflation, Harris, is absolutely destroying this country and the people in our country. Yes,
Mr. President, can I ask you another question
Yes,
that is also impacting black Americans?
And that's very clear now. Good.
I'm sorry?
It's very clear. I hear you.
Okay. So Sadia Massey, someone from Illinois, an unarmed black woman, was shot the other day in her home by a deputy sheriff. The deputy has since been charged with murder. You've said police would get immunity from prosecution if you win. Why should someone like that officer have immunity, in your opinion?
Immunity?
Immunity.
I don't know the exact case, but I saw something, and it didn't look good to me. It didn't look good to me. Are you talking with the water, right?
Yeah, well, police unions are not backing this person either.
Okay.
But again, why would...
They're going to be charging the officer. I guess they're charging the officer.
So why should he receive immunity?
Well, he might not. I mean, it depends. It depends on what happens. I'm talking about people that are much different cases than that. We need people to protect ourselves. And by the way, in Chicago, as an example, a few weeks ago, July 4th weekend, they had 117 shootings and 17 deaths. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. We need to have our police officers have the respect and dignity back. In this particular case, I saw something that didn't look good to me. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all.
So can you get a little more specific back to the immunity question? Who would make those
Well, right now, for the most part, people are protected by their unions, by their police unions, or by their police departments. But I'm saying if I felt, or if a group of people would feel that somebody was being unfairly prosecuted because the person did a good job maybe with crime or made a mistake, an innocent mistake. There's a big difference between being a bad person and making an innocent mistake. But if somebody made an innocent mistake, I would want to help that person.
What would those exceptions be? What would determine an innocent mistake?
You go after somebody and it's a very close call and it's very dangerous. And you know, they have, the policeman's life and woman is a very difficult thing because sometimes you have less than a second to make a, you know, life and death decision. And sometimes very bad decisions are made. They're not made from an evil standpoint, but they're made from the standpoint of they made a mistake.
So I want to follow up really quickly. You know, I find it interesting because you do talk about reining in prosecutors, especially when it comes to prosecutors that are prosecuting you. Why doesn't that skepticism apply to law enforcement?
Well, I've been prosecuted because I'm a political opponent of two people that have weaponized our justice system. I've been prosecuted. I just won the big case in Florida. Everyone said that was the biggest case. That was the most difficult case. And I just won it. Now, Biden has a similar case, except much worse. I was protected under the Presidential Records Act. Biden wasn't, because he wasn't president at the time. And he had 50 years worth of documents. And they ruled that he was incompetent, and therefore he shouldn't stand trial. And I said, isn't that something? He's incompetent and he can't stand trial, and yet he can be president. Isn't that nice?
Mr. President,
but they released him on the basis that he was incompetent. They said he had no memory, and he was a nice old guy, but he had no memory, and therefore we're not going to prosecute him. I won the case, and it got very little publicity. I didn't notice ABC doing any publicity on it, George.
We covered you extensively, sir. I'd love to move over on to different topics.
I didn't notice you do any publicity on it at all. I won the case, the biggest case. This is an attack on a political opponent. I have another one where I have a hostile judge.
We have you for a limited time, sir. I'd love to move on to different topics.
No, excuse me. You're the one that held me up at 35 minutes, just so you understand.
If we can move on now to the state of the race, sir, I want to get back to the campaign. Senator J.D. Vance is your running mate. He's had a lot of controversy lately, and I want to read you a few things that he has said in the past. He said the Democrats running the country are a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices they've made, and so they want to make the rest of the country miserable too. He's not talking here about how great it is to be a parent. He's attacking what he says are the choices people are making to not have children. Did you know that he had these views about people who do not have children before you picked him to be your running mate, and do you agree with him?
No, I know this. He is very family oriented, and he thinks family is a great thing. That doesn't mean he thinks that if you don't have a family, it's not. I know people with families. I know people with great families. I know people with very troubled families. And I also know people with no families. They didn't meet the right person. Things happen. You go through life, you don't meet the right person.
But he's not just talking about families here. He also says that people that don't have children should get less votes than those that do.
I'm just speaking for myself.
Is that your campaign
I think
position?
I'm speaking for him too. He strongly believes in family. But I know people with great families. I know people with not great families that don't have a family. And the people without the family are far better. They're superior in many cases, okay? He's not saying they're not. What he's saying is that he thinks the family experience is a very important thing. It's a very good thing. But that doesn't mean that if you grow up and you grow older and you don't meet somebody that would be wonderful to meet and would have been good, that that's a bad thing. He's not saying that. My interpretation, you'll have to ask him, actually, but my interpretation is he's strongly family-oriented, but that doesn't mean if you don't have a family, there's something wrong with it.
Just one last point, and then we'll move on. Just one of the bedrock principles of American life is one person, one vote. Senator J.D. Vance has suggested that someone who has children should have more votes than a person who does not have children. I just want to be clear here. Is that the position of your campaign?
Well, no, but it's not something I have ever heard before. I can tell you this. Right now you have illegal aliens coming into our country, many from prisons and many from mental institutions, and they want to give them votes. I don't think they should have votes. They came into our country illegally, and they're taking the vote away from all of the people in this room that have been here a long time, that have worked hard, that in many cases, and you'll see this happening, if I'm not elected, you're going to see it happening. If I am, you're not going to have any problem. But you're going to see it happening. a long time. You're going to see the people in this room and people outside of this room are going to be losing their jobs to people that have come into this country illegally.
Okay, so it was a lot to unpack there. First, they started off talking about inflation. Just totally lied about what's going on with inflation, and equated it to something that really wasn't there. He went the lady in the middle went on to talk about the Sonya Masters situation. He knew of it. He didn't know what the hell was going on. He just didn't. You know what I mean? The lady with the water, that was fun. That was funny to me. No substance in anything that he talked about. He always pivot back. If you notice, you can ask Donald Trump, what's the forecast for today? He gonna figure out a way to start talking about immigration, some type of way. He's the pivot master. That's what he is. He's got one talking point only, and that's immigration. Ricardo, what did you get out of that particular video? What stood out in terms of the things that they were talking about, whether it was the inflation stuff, the Sonya Massey situation, him going back, pivoting back to immigration, and somehow that being the ultimate scheme from the Democratic Party. What did you get out of that?
There's so much to unpack from, because when I tell you watching it live was one thing, but believe you me, I was just fuming, just trying to hear him, speak on policy. The whole inflation thing was, again, he ballooned, and which would be what I expected from him to do, is to inflate and go over and over and over and on what it was, and him not being such and such. And it's, if you notice, he has, and he's always had this issue for me, is it's the me mentality. If it's not me, then the next person is the worst. Like, sir, what are you grasping at straws at? Like, it's still, like, you sound like, for someone who's supposed to have a strong business acumen, you sound like a third grader speaking about policies. It's like you should be, for someone who has been in the whole business aspect game from the 80s until now. Why do you sound like you can't articulate words properly? It's like very annoying to me. He kept going on and on about the inflation. I'm like, but most of it, what you're saying is conflict. It's not even like making any sense. And I'm surprised that poor Rachel was trying to call him on most of the things that he's been saying, because he when it wasn't lying, he was overdoing most of the things that he was saying. The inflation was one. The other one was the immunity, which question, which I thought was
right.
a very,
yeah.
Because if it, again, an MD,
he didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to say. He the lady with the water. That's all he knew.
Right.
He knew he got caught up because she asked about police immunity and gave a specific example of how that would affect this case. He didn't know what to say.
But and I think that's what it is. I would rather you say, listen, I'm not going to talk about the case because on account of there's so much formalities that I'm not, aware of. Had he said it that way, I would have given them a pass. But the fact that you said the one about the water is when it got me, because I'm like, wait, if you didn't know what she was talking about, why would you bring up the water? So again, when she asked him, because most people are not backing him anyways, because she gave him a pass, and he still said, oh, what did he say? Something along the lines of, oh, we have to put respect to certain law enforcement. Sir, no. When it's a spade, you call it a spade. If it's a duck, it's a duck. What he did was wrong. If you felt threatened on account of somebody saying, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, you don't deserve to be a police officer, let alone a law enforcement officer. For a fact that you literally, all she said was, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, which was a joke. If I remember watching the video well, it was a joke. Now, color me blind, because when you hear me say color me blind, it's usually in the fact of like me speaking in lingo of, hey, a black person might say an off-color remark, something like, because if most of y'all white folks out there are listening, we thank you for listening to TFP Politics. But as black folks, we do run jokes every now and then, and one of them is that I rebuke you in the name of Jesus is one of those statements that has been, for me, I've heard over and over again. If you grew up in a Christian background or household like I do or I did, you're gonna hear that often. So for you to feel threatened by just that remark, it's not like I'm taking up a gun or a weapon or something to harm you with. That to me strikes a chord where it's like it's a problem and problematic. And then for you to then say, it's to me, it's like it sounds like he's like, oh, but then I'm gonna give immunity. No, sir. Yes, there's many jobs, and MD will tell you he's not a fan of unions. There's many positions that have unions with them. Heck, my job has a union. Now, do I agree with you giving them giving that idiot immunity on account of the fact that he somehow got he thought he was threatened and he shot the person twice. He shot Massey twice. How did you get to that point where you shoot somebody twice and then you think that they should be given immunity? Are you crazy? Like that to me, you lost most of the black people in that crowd, because how do you expect me to then? It's like it's like your periphery is blinded because you still haven't learned a damn thing from Floyd, from Strand's case, from all the plethora of cases that we've had leading up to what we now know of that major slogan, which has somehow taken a whole new movement by its own self, the Black Lives Matter. It's like, why are we, why, like, sir, why? Like, I'm trying to understand from his point of view, why would you give certain law enforcement, and I'm not saying that every law enforcement person is bad, because I know a couple, and in fact, I have certain, family members who are in law enforcement. No, one bad apple will ruin it for the bunch, because again, everybody views everyone under the same banner the same. It's like,
well, but you will have carte blanche though, Ricardo, because if they sign into law immunity, there ain't no case by case standard. It's everybody got immunity. Everybody. You know what I'm saying? So the answer that he gave was suggesting that it was going to be case by case, knowing damn well it won't be, because you can't do it that way. You know what I mean? Hell, for that matter, what's already in place right now is case by case with internal affairs and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So he gave an answer in which he clearly explained that he don't know what he's talking about. You know what I mean? So that's that.
it's very upsetting, man. It's like that to me, he lost me at.
Right, Tequila, blanket immunity. You're exactly right.
And the other thing that he lost me at was there was another point that I wanted to bring up. The whole him saying that immigrants are going to be allowed to vote. And I've heard Kevin brought up that point yesterday. And let me say this again, as a constitutionalist like MD is, you are not allowed to vote in any election unless you are what? A US citizen. I did not take my US citizenship this country to be told one thing, to then have somebody else tell me that, oh, immigrants are going to be allowed to come in and vote. That is utter nonsense. Please cut it out, whosoever you guys are out there, and stop spinning this narrative that don't make sense. Unless you are a US citizen, and they even warn you when you take in the citizenship test or to become a naturalized citizen. If you are a permanent U.S. permanent resident, you are not allowed to vote. Do not even make that mistake. It is against the law. You are only allowed to vote when you are what? Again, I'm going to say this out loud, a U.S. citizen. No one is allowed to change that rule. It will never change, because you have to be a U.S. citizen. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't believe nationals are allowed to vote. And those nationals would be like people from Puerto Rico, or from U.S. Virgin Islands, or the U.S. Marshall Islands, or Guam. I don't believe they're allowed to vote. I could be wrong, but I think that is the case. But with that being stated, unless you are a citizen of this country, you are not allowed to vote. The fact that he spun that and made it sound like, oh, they're coming from near and far from all these countries and they're criminals, and bet you any money they're going to vote. Sir, stop it. Please stop.
Right.
And the fact that people
And they
are
lying.
It's like and people
they lying.
Crap. Like, you really gonna sit there and believe this man spewing all these lies, and you think it sounds plausible? No, it was like cut it out, man. People, like, know better and do better. This is where civics come in terms of importance of, like, you going to school. If you went to school, you would have known this. Everybody would have known that you cannot vote in this country, even if you try to. They will know that you're not an actual U.S. citizen, because you have to literally prove it, or you have to state that you are a citizen. You cannot vote as a permanent resident. That will never change. It cannot change, because it's been that way since God knows how long. So the fact that he chose to use that as a, like, I guess it's a way of like spinning a narrative to like as a scare tactic and a dog whistle blow to the white nationalists. Please stop it, sir. And this is where you're losing me, because if you really were speaking of policies, you would have been able to say, all right, Kamala did a horrible job with the whole border situation where those Haitians came in through the Mexican border. If he had said that, or talk about DACA, or spoke about the fact that you had like many children in put about in the concentration, I wouldn't say concentration camps, but like those the holding areas pen, which again was brought about during his administration during COVID. It's like, why are we even touching on things that don't sound right? You know what I mean, MD? Like I again, when I heard young Kev said it yesterday, I was like, what are you talking about? Like that doesn't sound right. No matter how much he tries to make it sound believable, it will not be the case, because as a constitutionalist, it's even in the Constitution, you have to be a U.S. citizen to do what? Vote in an election. That will never
well what they're mad at is they mad at giving access to citizenship to a lot of these illegals, and that's what Maria G just pointed out in her comment. These people are here, whether me and you like it or not. They fueling part of the economy. Do I think these people should have a path to citizenship? Yes. Do I think they ought to leapfrog into the system? No, I don't.
No, I don't either.
But when you talk about like all the Republicans talking about like the Freedom to Vote Act. Nowhere in the Freedom to Vote Act does it say that they're gonna give illegals the right to vote. It don't say that at all. Matter of fact, it don't even talk about illegals. You know what I'm saying? It just don't. But the Republicans will make you think that it's talking about illegals.
Yep, because again, it's doing what? It's dog whistling to the base of the white. Yep, and that's what they've been doing, and that's why I kept saying for the past 3 weeks, if we're going to enter down that pathway and down that road again, do understand what you're doing, because it's not. I would rather him speak this time around policies that works for me. If you're going to do the same nonsense like you've been doing, divisiveness is not going to work, because again, it didn't work during the midterms. In fact, if we're looking back at the numbers, the majority of Americans rose up against the fact that they wanted, the whole red wave nonsense to come about. In fact, we can even go further and say they went about and picked Biden the last time around because he was that divisive. No one wanted to see that come about again. We can't go through that obstructionist nonsense that we went through, where nobody was doing anything and everybody was just being bitter and speaking, when they went low, they went lower nonsense. That's not helping the country. We're going through a situation where, like yesterday, the world literally lost $2.9 trillion in one freaking day. Are you kidding me? Now the feds are like, maybe we should hold off. Maybe we shouldn't cut interest rates. It's confusing because nobody knows, because here we are thinking there might be a recession. Maybe there might not be a recession. That's stuff I want him to talk about. When you're talking about this divisive nonsense of immigrants coming in to take black people's jobs, like, they're not taking my job. I've had my job since God knows how long, and I've yet to see somebody illegal come in. Now, are there permanent residents that are, as a citizen that has a higher position than me? Possible. It's probable.
But that's playing though. These people with these visas, these work visas, these companies playing for them to come in here. It ain't no conspiracy. Like, that's just what it is.
It's just crazy though. It's this narrative.
Shout out to Young Master Kev. Shout out to Young Master Kev in the building.
That's been spun, man, and it's like people need to call it out when they see it, because it's like it's almost reminiscent of when, if you remember, I'm not sure if you remember. I know it's coming off going off topic a little bit. When McCain was doing a town hall, and this old elderly woman stood up and she was like, I would never vote for that Obama guy because he's a Muslim. And as soon as she said that part, McCain grabbed the mic from her and said, no, ma'am, no, that's not true. We've gone past those days when you have somebody stand up and say, you know what, that's not accurate information. I'm going to stop you right there. Everybody's spinning the narrative and believing it, and it sounds plausible to them, so therefore it's true. That is not the case. I'm going to need y'all to do civic duty, understand how the rules of law work here. There's checks and balances. That will never change. That's the main preamble of the reason why I became a U.S. citizen. And I stood there and took my oath and raised my hand to stand in liberty of this country. I refuse to let some moron who didn't do his civic duty in terms of knowing what he wanted to learn in school come and tell other people and spin it out of control and make it sound like a dog whistle. It's not accurate. Cut it out, Mr. Trump. Focus on policies. That's all I need you to do. It sounds
All right.
stupid and ridiculous.
Hello? Oh, that my bad. My bad. It skipped on me. My bad.
I see you, young Kev. I know what you're out there saying. If it doesn't, if it don't affect me, no
Oh.
matter. It matter. It does matter, sir. You need to be aware of that. It does matter.
Hey, all right, let's go on to Jeremy real quick. Hey, I'm gonna pose this question to you that Vancat put in the chat in his regards to the video as well. Basically he says JD Vance wants people with kids to get more votes than people without kids. So if you have 2 children, then that the parent gets 3 votes. Does anybody agree with this, Jeremy? Do you think that there should be more of an emphasis on the family structure in regards to representation in government?
Like the power of the vote, you're saying you can sway it more for family members.
That's exactly what it's doing. If
Yeah.
that's what JD Vance saying.
So I'm gonna pose it the other way, and I'm just gonna play both sides, and I'm just gonna say where both sides you could say yes, and both sides you can say no. Me personally, I would say I don't really know, to be honest with you, because if you look at it from this way, your children aren't able to vote, and you're liable for those children, right? So you're a voice for them, I guess, right? But on the flip side,
Hello?
can you hear me?
No, we can hear. No, you tipped out a
Oh, all
second.
right. Sorry. So, where did I lose you guys at?
We were talking about family and JD Vance and now allowing the
Yeah.
vote.
So like I was saying, if I see where he's saying as far as like the mother has 2 children or whatever, and her children can't vote, but she's the voice of her children, so you could count it that way. But then on the flip side, she is the one that's able to vote and obviously have the capacity, you would hope, to vote. um, then I could see both sides. But for me personally, I would just stick with the way it goes. I don't personally think that switching the way you vote and how many votes you get, it's just another way to play the numbers game, if I'm being honest, to try to get a leg up in the scenario. That's what I see that as. I don't see that as anything genuinely
Social
to
gerrymandering is what it is. Social gerrymandering.
so I don't agree with it. I agree that let's just stay the way it is. You count for your vote. When your children over that age, if they want to vote, they vote, right? It's been that way. It's not broken. I often say you can have whatever policy you want, but if the policy is not held to the standard that it was supposed to be held at, it doesn't matter what policy you make. It's irrelevant. It's like you see, I'll use this as an example because this is an example that infuriates me. You can have the scriptures, but if you aren't representing the scriptures, what good is it having the scriptures? It's null and void because you're not following it. You're not doing it. You're not upholding it. You see that all throughout the world, which is hence why people don't believe in actual church now, because they see it for what it is. This is the reason why this is why lots of people don't have any faith or belief in the system, because you have all these laws, yet nothing, it just progressively gets worse. A law does not define what will happen. It can deter some people, yes. You see it throughout every part of life. People push the envelope. They manipulate this. Heck, look at the war on drugs. Come on now. They were letting drugs in and putting them in the streets. Yes, there were laws, but they weren't upholding that law. So what difference does it make? I don't care what law you put in. If you don't uphold what you say is wrong and you don't hold it the way it needs to be held, you it doesn't matter. You might as well just have a blank piece of paper. It's irrelevant. Actions are the most important part. Writing is just a technicality, if you will.
Well, I would argue that, using that point, a child is not there to put into practice
correct
any scenario. They there to learn it. So the same thing goes in voting. Like, no, what's the old adage? No taxation without representation.
Yes, sir.
Children ain't being taxed. Now, there's an argument to be made. I used to believe this. I kind of still do, but I don't think it's practical. My position was always, if you got a job of some sort that's taking income tax, you should have the right to vote.
I agree.
If you a 16-year-old kid working at Popeye, my kid work at Popeyes now. He used to work at Dairy Queen. Now he work at Popeye. They taking out income tax. You should have every right as an American citizen to be represented based off the government taking money away from it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
That's
I mean,
but
that's a friend's way of looking at it. But you can't then say, okay, based on some type of social norm, your vote should be antiquated more than a person that don't got kids. That's
No, I don't agree
that's
with that either.
that's social engineering in its base form. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So but we gonna move because we got a lot of stuff to cover. We gonna go rapid fire. We're gonna go to the net. We got 2 more videos in regards to the NABJ. We're gonna get through them and then we're gonna go on to the next topic. Roll it, Ghost Van Cat.
2 days after that,
I cannot understand your microphone.
I know
so
it is
muffled.
really hard for me
I
to
mean, it's
understand
just
you too.
I can understand you perfectly.
Because she's
Whoa.
closer.
I can understand you.
I'm happy to hear that, sir.
But I can't
Really happy to hear
understand,
that.
Harris.
I have a few more questions.
Because of the distance, and the mics are really in lousy shape, but I cannot understand
Are you asking a question?
what you're saying.
So what I wanted to say was the last time we spoke, you said some words that were prophetic because I asked you who you wanted to choose for vice president.
Yeah.
And you said normally it really wouldn't matter what they would bring, you choose somebody that you think has a future, that sort of thing. But you said these words 3.5 hours before an attempted assassination on your life. You told me that bad things happen, Harris, and that's why this decision is important this time. Bad things happen. You said it twice. When you look at J.D. Vance, is he ready on day one?
Does he what?
Ready on day one, if he has to be.
I've always had great respect for him, and for the other candidates too. But I will say this, and I think this is well documented. Historically, the vice president, in terms of the election, does not have any impact. I mean, virtually no impact. You have 2 or 3 days where there's a lot of commotion as to who, like you're having it on the Democrat side, who it's going to be. And then that dies down, and it's all about the presidential pick. Virtually never has it mattered. Maybe Lyndon Johnson mattered for different reasons of what we're talking about, not for vote reasons, but for political reasons, other political reasons. But historically, the choice of a vice president makes no difference. You're voting for the president, and you can have a vice president who's outstanding in every way, and I think JD is. I think that all of them would have been, but you're not voting that way. You're voting for the president. You're voting for me. If you like me, I'm going to win. If you don't like me, I'm not going to win.
I'm going to get my J.D. Vance question in.
J.D. Vance?
I'm going to get my J.D. Vance question in. To your point and to Rachel's point, he, has a lot of opinions about childless women like myself or divorced people like yourself. Do you think, my point
at
is
least
here.
it was said in a friendly manner.
My point is, do you think the Republican Party is getting a little bit too judgy about people's lives when you think about abortion or when you think about what J.D. Vance is saying?
I don't think, I think that the Democrat Party is really the one that has the problem. I think they're radical on abortion because they're allowing abortion in the 9th month. They're allowing the
But I think
death.
it's
They're
about
allowing
freedom,
the death
right?
of a baby after the baby is born, based on
Sir,
the
that
governor
is
of
illegal
Virginia.
in every state in the country.
Based on the governor of Virginia,
Executing a
they're
baby in
allowing the
every
death
state
of the
in the country
baby
is illegal.
after it's born.
It's
They're
a
allowing
crime.
abortions in the 8th and 9th month.
Well,
of
Democrats
pregnancy.
have denied
I think they're right. And I think the Republican Party is actually much less. I think I've made them much less radical, perhaps. But the Republican Party, what we're doing is bringing it back to the states where everybody wanted it. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservative, everybody wanted abortion brought back. They didn't want Roe v. Wade in the federal government. They wanted it, everybody
But the
wanted
majority
it
of
back.
Americans oppose
Excuse
Roe
me.
v. Wade being
They
overturned.
don't
Multiple
know
polls have
about
showed that,
this.
sir.
Right now, they're voting. It brought it back to the states. Now, I happen to believe in the 3 exceptions. Ronald Reagan believed with rape, incest, life of the mother. I do. I think most people do. I think most Republicans do also. But if you take a look, right now they're doing, it's an amazing thing, out of the federal government, it's in states, and people are voting. And I will say, Ohio is, let's call it a more liberal version, has been approved. Kansas, the same thing, a little bit surprising to a lot of people. But the people are now voting. And it's taking this issue that's been going on for 52 years and has torn our country apart, and it's giving it to the people to vote on. And they're voting. And many states have already voted. Others are in the process of voting. And it's bringing it back to the people and a vote of the people. And it's not at all radical. And again, you have to follow your heart. I happen to believe in the 3 exceptions. Most people believe in the 3 exceptions. Most Republicans believe in the exceptions. But they don't want to see an abortion in the 9th month or the 8th month. Almost everybody agrees to that. And they certainly don't want to see, in the case of the governor of Virginia, the former governor, I might add, who said, we set the baby aside and then we decide what to do. Meaning, what do? We execute the baby. That's a radical, horrible position. And some people want that. I don't want it. Most people don't.
Thank you. Can I just pivot really quickly to another question about, you brought up health, Harris. You're an active man. We see you golfing all the time. But if you win, you'll still be president at 82, which is older than Biden is right now.
But not mentally. Look, mentally.
Here's the question.
He's shot. But most people, most people, I know many people in their 80s and their 90s that are in great shape. Some of our greatest leaders. You look at throughout the world history, the greatest leaders, some of the greatest leaders in the world were in their 80s.
But here's the question. Would you consider stepping down if you felt that your health was declining? Or would you?
Oh, absolutely.
And who would
I think I'd know.
How would you make that decision?
I think I'd know. Look, if I came onto a stage like this and I got treated so rudely as this woman treated me.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm fine with it because she was very rude, sir. Very rude. That wasn't a question. She didn't ask me a question. She gave a statement. That wasn't a question.
I repeated your statement, sir, actually.
You said you would. You would.
Oh,
make that
absolutely.
decision
If
to
I
step
thought
down.
that I was failing in some way, I want people to be sharp. I'll go a step further. I want anybody running for president to take an aptitude test, to take a cognitive test. I think it's a great idea. And I took 2 of them and I aced them.
Well,
I took 2 of them. But let me ask you. I would like to have people running for president, and I don't mean because they're 75 or 85. I think anybody running, I'd like to do it. People say it's not constitutional. I would like to have something passed where you can do it. I think we should know. I mean, I've watched what's happened in the last couple of years under this gentleman, and our country is a mess. We have inflation. We have the millions of people falling in. We have Afghanistan, which was the worst, most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. What he has done to our country, and her too, what they've done to our country, she has been a horrible vice president. She's considered the worst vice president in the history of our country.
Don't mean to interrupt you, but would you consider taking the cognitive test?
Mr. President.
I would love to
and
do
make
it
public.
Well, I've already taken 2 of them, but I'll do it again.
Mr. President, how do you intend to...
I suggested, Harris, that let's take one. I said, Joe and I will go and take a cognitive test. Now, I'd do it with her, too. I would do it with her also. You know what? She failed her law exam. She didn't pass her law exam, so maybe she wouldn't pass the cognitive test.
Mr. President,
are you saying she wouldn't pass? Just to be clear,
I'm just giving you the facts.
To be clear, you don't think
I'm
Harris
just
How do you
giving the
intend
facts.
and
She
and
didn't
look,
pass her bar exam, and she didn't think she would pass it, and she didn't think she was going to ever pass it. And I don't know what happened. Maybe she passed it. I
She
guess
did pass it.
There's a
She
man
did-
over
she
here.
did
I
in
think
fact
he
pass it.
must work.
Okay. All right. So if anybody noticed in the first part of that video, Trump stole Rachel Scott's water. He picked it up and untwisted it like he was about to drink it. Then I don't know if he realized that he had I don't know, and then put it back down. He never took a sip of it. You know, just something that was weird. So I go to you first, Jeremy. I'm gonna give you 1 point, and then I'm gonna give Ricardo a point.
Okay.
Obviously, I'm gonna give you the point of abortion.
Oh yeah.
He lied in several instances in the answering as regards to late term abortion. There's nobody anywhere in the state that's having the baby and then killing the baby after the baby is born. That's called infanticide, is what that's called. That's murder. Nobody's doing that. Less than 1% of abortions occur after the 5th month. Less than 1% out of everybody in the country. So he's lying about late term abortion. He's just lying. That doesn't take away from I know what your stance is with abortion. Based off of what Trump is saying, that it was given back to the states, which is not his original position. He never said that until he basically read the room and saw that everybody was going with that. Do you think the original stand should hold as having a national ban? That because that was the whole point of reversing Roe in the first place.
Yes, because it's murder. Okay, how you slice it. It's in the womb that fetus embryo is feeding off of what is coming in that body. I often make the comparison, nothing dead grows. Right? You can call the heartbeat whatever you want to say. It's growing. It's being fed. It's being shaped. It's alive. It may not be a visible person. That's like saying, things that are microscopic aren't living. It doesn't make any sense. Just because of the size, it's still living, right? Not to mention that they are trying. You look at further what it does. It makes an excuse for younger people to not think of the consequences, not consequences, but think of the responsibility of what being a parent is and what you have to do. It gives them a way out to say, oh, well, I can just get rid of it. I can get a do-over, right? Like it's a video game. It's some cheap video game. This is a life here. This is people's lives. Not to mention it ruins people's lives. It ruins people's reproductive systems, which can ruin their mental down the road when they want to have it. There's a lot of consequences that nobody thinks of. They always think immediate because people don't have foresight. People are so in the moment that they fail to realize the problem they are causing. Instead of teaching what is right, we make loopholes to do wrong. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. It's murder. Flat, point blank, period, murder. You're taking the place of God. God has allowed the fruit of that womb to bring forth something precious and special. And you're saying he's wrong, and you're saying that it's not precious and special because you're terminating it. Everybody loves to see the birth of a baby, but then they say how it's everybody who's ever had a child, when they see that baby, it changes their life. It's an eye-opening, awakening moment where you value the preciousness of life itself. You're not giving that child an opportunity. You're making a mistake and taking its opportunity away. We constantly fight over opportunity for this, opportunity for that. But the one that is the most vulnerable, the one that has no control, you give no opportunity to.
That's a good point. Let me ask you this real quick. I got to put you on the hot seat.
All right.
In the case of grape,
yep,
is abortion an acceptable solution?
No, because if it's that big of a deal, you can give that baby up for adoption, and that baby can, and that's that. There's other options. You don't want to take that option.
Right. Same thing with I'm just asking you a question here.
No,
Same thing
I
with
know, I know.
Same thing with incest.
No, because because like I said, that baby can go somewhere else, or there's ways to help if it has deformities. There's ways to help it, or if it has cognitive disabilities. We have ways to help, right? So instead of looking at boohoo poor me, let's look at something outside of ourselves. Let's look at that one that doesn't have a voice. You are that baby's voice. No matter how you want to slice it, you are its voice. And if you shut that voice up, how can you complain about somebody shutting your voice up? It's hypocritical.
Okay,
you have an opportunity.
Oh, right. Go. Finish your thought.
You have an opportunity to make a choice. That unborn child doesn't. Big difference.
Okay, last one. You're a doctor in a hospital. Yep. You got a choice to save the baby or the mother. What you doing?
I'm letting whatever happens as far as what will be, because this is where.
So if that mother's life is at risk from birth, you just gonna let it ride. Whatever happen.
Yes, and I'm gonna give you my reason why. People may disagree with it.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you rock. Go ahead.
People may disagree with it, and that's fine. I have no problems with your disagreement, and if you have a counterpoint, I have no problems. But this is where my faith can make a way. This is where the creator of all can step in and say no and preserve that life. Because even the scriptures say, in childbirth, the mother's life hangs in the balance. The scriptures say it. Every birth, the mother's life hangs in the balance. No matter what, the scriptures say it. So, I'm going to trust the one who formed all things. I'm not going to trust myself. And that's what I would say.
Okay, all right. And it is rare, Maria J. I'm not arguing that. I just gave a scenario.
Yep.
Because it's valid. You know what I'm saying? All right,
absolutely.
So Ricardo, let's go to you. First thing, why did they put such an emphasis on J.P. Mandel or J.D. Vance in regards to the question of Trump? I felt like it was irrelevant, to be honest. You know what I mean? I don't know why they were trying to put such an emphasis on it. They asked him, would he be ready in day one in regards to Trump's cognitive abilities? Let me ask you, Ricardo, how much of a decline do you think Trump is in right now as far as mortality, whether it be physical or mental? Do you think it's a valid talking point right now?
So when it comes to the abortion topic, this is where I'm talking about policies and where it's a question that I think was very pertinent in terms of where we're heading to. And this is where I disagree a lot with the Democratic Party, and also on account of something personal that happened to me where I was asked to abort my third not my third child, my second child, on account of she's being on the autistic spectrum. I don't agree with abortion. The only time I agree where abortion is necessary is what one of the things that Trump brought up is in the case of grape, or SA, or and I think that's the only point when it comes to abuse or rape in general, is where I think of a necessary evil, and even then I still have a hard time with it. But I would somehow give it a pass for that, because it's not by the person's choice that they're allowed to go in the procreation sequence and then have to deal with that particular moral aptitude of a question of whether to keep or not to keep. It's one of those lines that is like, it's a dangerous precipice for me to go down, but I'm so dead set against abortion. Anybody who knows me in even prior to tape fist politics coming into play, or Trevor will know my stance, because I've always said this on Straight Talk with Trevor. I'm dead set against abortion. It's one of those things where I disagree fundamentally with the Democratic Party on, and I felt like it was a question that they needed to ask him. Even though, and do you know my position and stance on this? I don't think Donald Trump is conservative enough for me. In fact, he is not conservative. He's very liberal. As much as he wants to make it sound like, as much as they're pushing him to the forefront with it, he has no ounce of conservatism in him. And you have to. I think that's one of the few points where we agree on. I just don't see it. They're calling me crazy, but Donald Trump is not a conservative person. Now, and his policies will tell you that. He's just a puppeteer for the main people that really want to push their interests, i.e. Project 2025, which he claims he knows nothing about, and the people that are part of this whole nonsense of it is the people that he picked to be a part of this MAGA initiative. But I digress. But yeah, in terms of
quick question for you finish up. Let me ask you, because that's a segue. Did Trump pick JD, or did somebody else pick it, in your opinion?
In my opinion, I don't think Trump wanted to pick JD, to be perfectly honest, and it's showing now that as much as he struggles to admit it out loud, because on account of, I guess there might have been backdoor deals. Now, double pause, but whatever those backdoor deals were, there's always something to it that comes about, and we've seen it with the previous administration that he's had. But I think it was the masses, in terms of like the puppeteers, that picked JD for him and said, hey, pick him because he might be such and such and blah, 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 blah. And I think it sounded good in the moment of when he picked JD. Now it's becoming consequential, because we're beginning to see that JD is an President Obama loving, affectionate person that, if you know Trump well, cannot stand Obama. He just did, for whatever the reason, President Trump disliked President Obama. I don't know why. I don't know what President Obama did to him. He just fundamentally can't stand the man. Now, there's been an article, I'm not sure if we touched on this, I think you did brought it up, that J.D. Vance wrote a love peace article, which is on the internet. And again, shout out to those people who do their homework on the internet, brought it up and said, and we see his name on there saying that, hey, the Republican Party needs to stop, speaking ill will towards President Obama, because this is the reason why they lost the 2008 election. Now, you could take that for whatever one stands for. This is a man that said he married an Indian woman and had procreated with her and had mixed kids, and yet it's a problem when it comes to.
I'm glad you brought that up. Golly, I'm glad you brought
it comes to people who are immigrants, that like nothing makes sense. Everything that he said so far, and he's going on this press tour about, makes no sense to me, because you married an Indian woman from India, and you procreated with her and had 2 sons. And so what happens? So you're telling, so it's like calling the kettle black. You then do something, but then you're telling the people behind you, oh, no, it's bad. Those immigrants that come about. It's like the same thing with Trump. You basically married your present wife now, and she's from a country, mind you, she's the first lady to ever pose for Playboy. But I digress, because I know everybody had an issue with Mr. Mrs. Obama, and mind you, she's also accredited. She might be a DEI as well. And mind you, we bring up that point again, MD. Might be a DEI hire, but she definitely worked her ass off and went to accredited school. But I digress. She didn't do Playboy, but everybody says Melania is beautiful. As to say, like, what does that have to do with her background? Like, she didn't go to accredited school. She's the first porn star, first lady. But I digress, because somebody might say, "Oh no, she didn't do porn at all." But she did do some nude photos. So yeah, take that for whatever it's worth. She's not on the same caliber as, Mrs. Obama, and I digress with that. But
let me give you a reference real quick. So we talking about Kamala, right?
Right.
Her sister, who I think look way better than Kamala. I think like Kamala was fine back then. I ain't gonna front. She was fine in the 80s.
You were gonna go there
when she was in Howard. But Maya, she was fine as hell. I'm gonna just keep it
Maya's
real.
still fine. Let's just put that out.
Yeah. I think she in her low 50s right now. She's still fine. She's married to a black man, by the way.
Yes,
but
she is.
Maya had a child at 17 years old. 17.
Mm-hmm.
Still end up going to, and again, a lot of this has to do with positioning in her family, because they had money. Let's just be honest.
Yes, they did.
Father was a professor at Stanford.
Right, and he's not no rinky dink. He's an actual professor. So was the mom. She was very smart as well. So
yeah, she was I forget what. She was a scientist.
She was
is what
researcher. She went to what you call it? I can't remember what school she went to, but she was up there.
She was a scientist doing breast cancer research. They had cheese. It ain't like they just some rinky dink. It ain't like that.
Right.
But Maya was 17 when she had a child. Thought about having an abortion, but because of her positioning economically, she had the resources to not only have that child, but still end up going to Stanford and becoming a lawyer herself.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? A lot of black folks ain't got that type of resource.
Nope. They don't have that acumen either.
So I'm just going back to the abortion point real quick, and I'm gonna let you finish up, and we're gonna do this last video. A lot of it got to do with resources. It's easy to say when you're not in the position.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? To say, oh, abortion is wrong, blah, 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 this and that. And, a lot of this is going to Maria G's point. I agree. It was a ma'afa going on when it comes to how they schemed abortion into the community. I'm not disagreeing. Margaret Sanger, we all know that history.
The Planned Parenthood, right?
Yeah, Planned Parenthood. We know the history of it.
Yes, we do. And
what I'm saying, right, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say if most people don't know about it, go and do your research. It was purposely done in our community for a reason. The Planned Parenthood is hard to get rid of now, but
they wanted to get us out of here. But what I'm telling you right now in 2024, that strategy is non-applicable based on the fact that we are in a societal line that persists, whether you agree with it or not, that helps shape why the abortion numbers are what they are in our community. Margaret Sanger is dead and gone. You know what I'm saying? That's just a fact. So I get it. I just wanted to mention that because I saw Maria G's comment.
Yes, I saw it too.
But yeah, go ahead and finish up. Then we'll go to the last conference video, and then we're gonna get into probably one more video. Then do the lame duck.
I think other than the abortion video, there was some abortion topic. There was something else he had mentioned in the video that I had a good point on, but I can't remember now. When my phone on the technical difficulties went out. But with that being said, with the whole abortion thing, I think it's one of those topics that will forever be polarizing for everyone. In whether you've had a situation where you were asked that question to abort, and mind you, let me bring up this point as well because it's very pertinent to the topic. When it came to my second child, I was asked in week 36 to abort my child. And until this day, I looked at this doctor and I said to her, she said,
late. That's real late.
Exactly my point. I said to her, I said, what did you just say to me, ma'am? And she was like, are you thinking you should think about abortion? I said, you must have lost your ever loving, and I try to pretty up the word as much as I can. you must have lost your ever-loving mind for you to tell me at week 36 to abort my child. And then she said, what's your plan? I said, I'm keeping my child. I said, how dare you even bring up that suggestion at this point, this late in the game, for me to give up my child? What point would that, what does that bring? Mind you, my wife is distraught in the corner, crying her eyes out. So I turned to her and I said to her, in what aspect have you ever seen this? Is this based on textbook information or in real life? When have you ever seen a situation where, based on what you explained to me as a doctor, which you have to do in terms of your oath, what's the probability of my child, surviving, being a regular child? It will never happen. I've read in the textbooks. Mind you, she's telling me she's read all of this in books and not in reality seen it happen, where that the child will be, might not be on the greatest probability of being like a normal child, but it's like they're giving me all the inconceived notions. Oh, it's going to be Asperger's, it's going to be such and such. Let me just say this now. My child walks, my child talks, my child sings even better than most people sing, on key, mind you, than a typical child would. She might be on the autistic spectrum, but I'm glad I never listened to that moron of a doctor that told me to abort my child at week 36. This is to show you how dangerous that conversation was. And I could have been one of those morons that didn't know better and be like, yeah, I should go ahead and abort my child. For what reason? There was no reason for you to tell me to abort my child other than the fact that you think in your doctor specialization that she was going to have Asperger's disease. And if you don't know what that is, it's basically one of the worst debilitating disability disease that you could have, where your child just wouldn't be able to walk and wouldn't be cognitively fine. But my child is on the spectrum, not on the best of terms, but she's pretty much, probably one of the best things that have ever happened to my life. And I would never change it for anything on account of you telling me to abort my kid. It's crazy that you even brought that up as a doctor. And I wanted to bring her, to show you how petty I was. I wanted to bring her back one of these days and be like, this is the child you were telling me to abort at week 36. Here she is right in front of you. Now what? What does textbook have to do with this now? Because that's what she told me. Textbooks told her that my child would not have been able to survive if I didn't abort. That's crazy. So this topic for me is one of those topics that I'm glad they asked Trump. This is probably one of the few times where you will hear me say, policy-wise, I don't agree with the Democratic Party on this. But they were correct where he was saying that, I think this was the point I was trying to drive home, was that he was saying that all these states were doing it, and it's legal. It's technically illegal because once they passed the Roe v. Wade law and they brought it to the state, most of these states pretty much made it what is it, like, correct me if I'm wrong, MD, that it was illegal for you to commit the act of aborting the child at a certain particular time frame.
Yeah, it was various. Some states had 6-week abortion bans. Some states had 15-week. It varied based on where it was at. But the lie is he never thought that certain constitutional I guess you would say NGO, non-governmental organization, would bring it up, suing these states to bring up a referendum based off of voting to see if the people wanted abortion or not. Trump never thought about that. So now that's when he went all of a sudden, oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do the whole time. It's about states' rights. He never said any of that.
Right.
Ever.
I thought that was the point I was going to bring up, that he never, up until that point, it wasn't like it was a non-factor for him. So I don't know, all of a sudden.
It was supposed to be a national abortion ban because that's what they was going to do.
No, he wanted to shout it from the rooftop like he did something significant. I'm like, go sit yourself down somewhere. Like that's that was the point where I wanted to say that up until now, the MAGA crew was saying, oh, see, was that, and I was like, please, he was not touting that the whole time. So I don't know how did that become a talking point for him. But okay, sir, you did yourself some justice by like getting me on board with something. So I give you that. But it wasn't something he was pushing the whole time. So. And maybe in the sense that he probably put the three justices he put up there other than Kavanaugh and what's her face? The other one that said that she would never strike it down and she did. What's her damn name?
You talking about Trump? You talking about
Trump? Yes, Trump. When
he put up Amy Coney Barrett,
and then Kavanaugh, and then he put up the other one. I think there was three of them.
Gorsuch.
Right, there we go. So it's because of them that it was struck down. Mind you, under oath, they said they would never touch Roe v. Wade. But MD will say, like I stated, I do agree that it should have went back to the states, not the Supreme Court, because SCOTUS has no idea what they're doing with these cases. And in fact, SCOTUS made it clear that it would have made sense for them to go back to the states. So let it be the state issue and not an actual national issue for SCOTUS to decide. So, as for where they go with it from here, it's already said and done. It's struck down. I don't think we could bring back Roe versus Wade again. To maybe I could be wrong, MD. Maybe they could bring it up.
Not under this SCOTUS. They can't.
Right. They probably might have to do it sometime in the near future, but that's like miles, years from now. That would never be the case unless you have again, and I'll never see this happen. A 10th justice. I don't think we'll see that in our lifetime. But if Biden has his way, like he said, you probably might see a 10th justice on the courts, which we'll wait and see.
Okay. All right, love. I'm trying to decide, should we do this last one? I mean, we pretty much already uncovered everything with NABJ. Vancat in the private, let me know if it's okay. We can bypass the fourth one, and we can go straight into talking about Tim Walz being nominated for the vice presidential candidacy of the Harris campaign. We could just go straight into that one.
She's done it. Vice President Kamala Harris has secured the Democratic nomination for president, becoming the first woman of color at the top of a major party ticket. She crossed the threshold this afternoon, picking up the majority of Democratic delegates in a virtual roll call vote. Now, Harris turns her full focus to making her pick for vice president, and it could be among the most consequential decisions of her political career. She has to make that decision within the next couple of days. CBS's Robert Costa reports on the vice president's busy weekend schedule.
Vice President Kamala Harris clinched the nomination in an online roll call and immediately started rallying supporters.
We are going to win this election.
Next week, Harris is slated to travel to 7 battleground states as she works to build on her strong July, when she raised $310 million. Harris has a big decision to make in the next 3 days. Who will be her running mate? She's meeting this weekend with her shortlist, many of whom canceled plans on short notice to see her.
Every day we have to tweak the schedule a little bit because things come up, calls and meetings that we have to take care of.
Mr. President. President Biden today said he has spoken to Harris about her looming pick, but did not offer any clues on what qualities she should look for.
I'll let her work that out.
The contenders include Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who went on the attack against Donald Trump's running mate.
J.D. Vance is a total phony baloney. He is the most inorganic candidate I think I have ever seen on the national stage.
Meanwhile, Trump's racially charged claim about migrants taking jobs of black Americans was back in the headlines.
Coming from the border are millions and millions of people that happen to be taking black jobs.
Today, Simone Biles posted, "I love my black job," soon after winning gold at the Paris Olympics.
And the buzz over the VP pick reached another high this afternoon when Philadelphia's Mayor Sherrell Parker posted on social media that she is proud to be standing with Governor Shapiro for VP, sparking instant speculation that she had leaked the choice too soon. A source close to the mayor said she was just supporting Shapiro, not announcing anything.
Breaking news here in Minnesota today. Vice President Kamala Harris just selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate.
Governor Walz is a military veteran and a union supporter who helped pass an ambitious Democratic agenda right here in Minnesota.
See just how many people were out here this morning. They were here as Governor Walz got into all of those vehicles and then made his way out of the residence. All of those people cheering him on and wishing him well as he goes to his new role as Harris's vice presidential nominee. Now, a big question is, what does this mean for Minnesota? Political experts, they're wondering the same, honestly, saying that the ball is in Walz's court if he's going to step down from his duties as governor until this election is over.
And we'll have to see if he's willing to do that or whether he's going to try and be governor and a candidate for vice president at the same time.
Now, Stephen Scheer, he says the next 3 months, it also means all of the good, the bad, and the ugly of Minnesota politics and Governor Tim Walz's decisions. Well, they're going to be aired out, and they're going to be majorly scrutinized nationally, including how he responded to COVID, as well as how he responded to the murder of George Floyd and the riots that followed. And while many thought that Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, he was the for sure pick for this VP nomination here, Stephen Scheer says Shapiro's pro-Israel stance, that was divisive in the Democratic Party. He also says that so were Shapiro's controversial stances on private school choice. Scheer pointing to the positives for the Harris campaign when it came to picking Walz. Listen.
Tim Walz, I think, was chosen for a number of reasons. First of all, he's been a solid progressive in government, as has Kamala Harris. So I think that they're ideologically very compatible. Second of all, he has presented himself well over the last few weeks, and I think that impressed her as well.
Biden just tweeted saying in part, quote, as governor, he has been a strong, principled, and effective leader. The Harris-Walz ticket will be a powerful voice for working people and America's great middle class. They will be the strongest defenders of our personal freedoms and our democracy, and they will ensure that America continues to lead the world and play its role as the indispensable nation. Now, former President Donald Trump also released a statement in a campaign email this morning, writing in all caps, quote, Tim Walz would be the worst VP in history. State Republicans are also sounding off on this choice.
House Minority Leader Lisa DeMuth released a statement, in part writing, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are the most extreme ticket in recent presidential history that want to decriminalize immigration, end private health insurance, reduce sentences for violent criminals, and make your energy bills more expensive.
As we know, Governor Walz served in the military. He was also a teacher for many years. In reaction here, State Senator Aaron Quaid posting online, quote, a preemptive you're welcome to the rest of America. Love Minnesota. While Representative Tom Emmer posting, quote, Walz is an empty suit who has worked to turn Minnesota into Harris's home state of California. These are just a few of so many reactions here. Now, historically speaking, there have only been 2 VPs hailing from Minnesota, and the only 2 that ran as well, Hubert Humphrey back in 1965 and Walter Mondale taking office back in 1977. So you can see this really is a historic moment for Minnesota. Again, whether you agree or not, but just having this VP pick, Walz now making that 3rd pick in the line of Minnesotans. Leah, Paul.
Okay, Kelsey Christensen, thank you. Now, Governor Walz being chosen as Harris's VP pick could mean some potential political changes for Minnesota.
It could. Now, Walz is not required to leave office while campaigning, so that means he would more than likely remain governor until after the election results are known. If Harris and Walz win in November, state law then dictates that the lieutenant governor, Peggy Flanagan, she would be elevated to governor. And that would make her the state's first female governor and first Native American woman to serve as governor in the country. Then State Senate President Bobby Joe Champion would rise to lieutenant governor, and that would make him the state's first black lieutenant governor. Now, Governor Walz is the first Minnesotan on a major presidential ticket in 40 years.
All right, there you have it. Tim Walz, nominated as the vice presidential candidate of the Democrats. So essentially now it's the Harris-Walz campaign. First of all, shout out to Simone Biles. I think after it's all said and done, she will be the GOAT.
She's the GOAT.
She all ready to go. All right, well, Ricardo already said it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to my cousin, De'Erica Hamby, for winning bronze in 3-on-3 basketball. Shout out to her. I spoke to her like earlier.
Nice.
So shout out to her. Tim Walz, I think it's a great pick, retrospectively speaking. Everybody knows my pick was Pete Buttigieg. I'm gonna just be up. Pete Buttigieg was going, man. If he would have got picked, it would have sent America on its head.
Yes, it would have. I
The
don't think we're.
first black, first Asian, first gay ticket for president, vice president. It would have, but it's more reasons than that. I think the person that was best equipped to challenge J.D. Vance and just make him look like a fool was Pete Buttigieg.
Yes, he would have. Pete is very very acute when it comes to like zeroing in on the talking points. When I tell you he's really good at debating, he is very good. I don't think JD would have stood a chance, to be perfectly honest. He really wouldn't.
Hell, him and what's her name from Hawaii?
Oh,
she done went MAGA now. Damn, I don't forgot her name.
I just forgot. I had her name too. I was just looking her up somewhere, and I saw her name. She's the one that that she was that Kamala originally debated and she
debated. Yeah, Pete Buttigieg was in that debate too.
Yes, he was, but she was the one that
they both killed Kamala.
Yeah, they killed her during that debate with that whole what was the argument that she killed her with?
She was talking about the locking up of black folks in San Francisco.
Right, and then it went into the defund the police thing idea that never flew because it was such a stupid talking point that it was just dead on arrival for Kamala. At that point, she was out. The next, remember, it was a couple of days later. She was like, I'm packing it in. I can't remember her. Oh, damn it, man! I was just bringing her up just now, and I forgot her name.
It's on the tip of my tongue too.
Damn,
it's on the tip of my tongue. But anyway, Buttigieg was my guy. But I'm not mad at the pick with Tim Walz. Tim Walz is the personification of small town Midwest white man. You know what I'm saying?
But he's basically a refined Bernie Sanders, though. Sorry to cut you off, MD.
Yeah.
He comes across as a very refined version to what we would have gotten in Bernie Sanders. But I also have it's a little bit problematic for me with Walz, and maybe I think they probably might have looked through the whole issue with him, with the whole George Floyd thing. There's certain things that is going to come about now that I hope he's prepared for, because there were certain things he didn't answer during that time that he's going to have to
they're going to attack it. They're going to attack it hard.
Or they're going to do it terribly for him. So I hope that the team knows how to get past that stage, because they're not going to hold up on it. And it's one of those things where
Tulsi Gabbard.
There we go. It was Gabbard. Yeah, so it was her. I really was hoping that she would have done well in the debates, but
she cute too.
Yeah, she's not a bad looker. I will say that.
With the streak of gray in her head, I like that. She looked classy.
Did somehow she's not even, so she's MAGA now? I thought she was.
She MAGA now.
Damn, how did we let this happen? But yeah, I Walz, I wish them well. I mean, they made a choice. One of the things I also want to bring up, this will be the 4th to 5th week that we have not been talking about Trump's, other than we talking about the conference that he had with the black national broadcasters thing. He must be seething mad, because every station had that whole thing with Walz and Harris earlier in the day. I think it was like earlier in the evening. When I tell you he must be seething mad that nobody's talking about him and Vance, I know it's eating him alive, because he's that narcissistic. I bet you any money he's going to be on Truth Central and one of them stupid platforms going on and on and on about whatever tonight. So I'm looking forward to him.
I'll check it right now.
I bet you, because he's like that. He's like, what's her name in the Brady Bunch? Marsha. If you're not talking about Trump, he's seething mad. He wants everything to be all about him. So the fact that we've literally went from Biden dropping out to then, her being the presumptive nominee, for her to then be selected, for them to go into this whole national broadcasting thing for black reporters. That's the only time I heard them talk about him. And then JD Vance talk about the crazy cat lady thing. We haven't been talking about Trump that much. So now we're really going to get into the thick of the election cycle, because she's now picked the VP. Now we're going to get into the debates of September, which is what I'm looking forward to. And mind you, again, Mr. Trump, you don't hold the cards in your hands anymore. If you didn't realize that when Biden fell out, I don't know when you're going to realize that. You can't dictate until who or when to have a debate. You either go in that debate for that's planned for September, or Kamala is just going to do it alone. And I think it would be stupid on your part not to show up for that debate, because nobody's going to go to Fox News. It wasn't planned out for that. Go with what was planned and just do your job and get off the stage. Talk about policies, because if you drive home the points of the policies that you need to talk about, you will get votes. But when you do this fickling back and forth foolishness that I'm seeing you do, where I'm not going to debate on this Fox News, no one cares, because it's basically you against her doing the debates. That's it. Talk about policies. Don't be doing the back and forth foolishness that you did the last time. It's not going to work for you this time. The cards is not in your hand. It's not in your favor anymore, sir. But I digress. Maybe it's me, MD. But he's doing a stupid job here when he thinks that she's going to kowtow to his demands of going to Fox News. It ain't going to work.
Yeah. I mean, again, with Tim Walz, I think it was a great pick based off of the stark contrast, not necessarily a policy, but a social position. Like, this man used to be a high school teacher, a coach on the football team. You know what I'm saying? And for what it's worth, this whole bandwagoning of the term weird, that came from him. So he got some clout in the game. You know what I mean? He got some clout. So I think it's a good pick. Josh Shapiro, a lot of people I know was riding with him, but it's been too many things that came up these last couple of days that I don't think that it was going to be a good look with the pro-Israel stuff, with the whole scandal with them using taxpayer money to pay off some lady that said essay in the office. It was gonna be an uphill battle for him, and they was really gonna attack him. And him being and this is the bad part about it, and this is why I say just cut societal ties altogether. These lefty loony people that's doing this pro Palestine stuff. The fact of the matter is, with him being a Jew, it was going to negatively affect the campaign, which it should at all. But that's just where we at right now. I'm so glad that at some point in time in the future, Venkat is going to do the 1968 show for Take Fist Politics. So
ready.
Yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be crazy. Jeremy, what's your thoughts on what? Yeah, okay. What's your thoughts on Tim Walz as VP pick? Real quick.
I think that she made a smart decision as far as even appearances, because, correct me if I'm wrong, it said that he was in the military, a teacher, and then, like you said, a football coach, right? So that placates to all the voters she's trying to steal from Trump.
Right.
So
Hey, Venkat, when you get a chance, I got my screen presented. I just want to show something real quick, and then we're gonna go to the next video. Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, that's it. I mean, I don't have too much to say about the individual. I don't know too much. I'm just from a simple tactic for votes. It was smart by her.
Yeah, hell, nobody knew who he was until a week and a half ago.
I just found out today. So
yeah, I mean, he was definitely a dark horse in the race. Initially, nobody was even talking about him. Nobody at all.
I'd have said him or Buttigieg would have been based upon what I heard about them. Those two would have been the pick for Kamala to have success.
But then she didn't pick Buttigieg on account of the evangelicals and how they're problematic when it comes to.
They was gonna pull that gay card out so quick.
Yeah, it would have been.
They was gonna pull it out. You mean to tell me you got a woman on here and a queer?
Yeah,
the way you said it was hilarious.
There's no way I would have seen the Bible Belt region accepting that. It's just we've leaped,
But I say that for the vast majority of the United States people are okay with it.
I mean, we are, but it's just the Bible Belt is just not accepted.
That's a minority, though.
I mean,
know it.
I don't know, Jeremy. I mean,
It's a minority as far as the population is concerned. It's a minority.
That is true. That is true.
That's what I mean. So that would get everybody on their side, and that's what I'm saying. It would get everybody, even because you have some people who have churches that say there's nothing wrong with it.
That is
so
true.
you have to balance that out. If you hyper focus on one section of it, which is now the minority, because if you go to most churches, it's not preached against at all.
Yeah, we've come a long.
So that in itself, plus the mind of the people, would have encouraged to vote for her. That's what I'm saying. And then on top of that, like you guys said, his debating ability. So Pete probably would have been the best as far as overall, but to sway other voters, it would have been it's this Waltz fellow, because she wants to steal voters from Trump, because she's still going to win those voters who are kind of like, on that she's going to win a lot more votes in areas. She needs to take some from Trump is what she's trying to do. That's why I think she went
Tim Walz is going to do that. Because he's more of a representative of that small town middle America group.
Correct.
So he's
it's
definitely
all about the perception.
And yes, he's very progressive. Like Ricardo said, this ticket, in our lifetimes is probably the most progressive ticket that you ever gonna see. Period. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily have an issue with that, as long as the quality in terms of individual life can continue on.
That ain't happening, MD.
Again, like I said, I don't know. even if it don't happen, my goal in this particular election is to stop Trump at all costs. If I got to sacrifice a little here, a little there, that's fine. I can deal with it afterwards. You know what I mean?
Hey, I got you. I mean, I can't say I'd want orange glow.
Look at Van Cat, progressive. Look at it. But anyway, all right. So, I'm planning on doing a review of his speech, because they just finished doing a rally like maybe an hour ago. I plan on doing a review for Thoughtbox. That'll probably be out within the next coming days. But let's go to, let me see what we got next. We're gonna go, okay. We're not gonna be able to spend a lot of time on this. I want to, but we're not gonna be able to do it. Let's go to the video in regards to the Olympic boxer that has sparked controversy over the last week in regards to gender and quote unquote men in women's sport. Roll it, Ghost Van Cat.
Italian fighter Angela Carini abruptly withdrawing from her match against Algeria's Aman Khalif after just 46 seconds and some hard punches. Khalif's participation in the women's matches has been under renewed scrutiny. She was disqualified from last year's World Championships after the International Boxing Association said she failed a gender eligibility test. The International Olympic Committee saying this morning that all the athletes in the tournament comply with the competition's regulations.
It says before Carini walked away and abandoned a bout, an extremely unusual occurrence in Olympic boxing, Carini, whose headgear apparently became dislodged at least once before she quit, didn't shake Khalif's hands after the decision was announced, but she cried in the ring on her knees.
What, are you gonna cry now? Come on, cry, baby, cry for me. Come on, cry.
This is Carini crying.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what we're going to see. I wish I could say this was surprising what we saw here at the Olympic Games. Of course, it's awful. It's sick that we're glorifying male violence against women. But it's not surprising because it's the exact same things we've seen happening in our own country. The IOC is filled with the exact same weak-kneed, spineless people we have in the NCAA and YMCAs and Planet Fitnesses and these organizations who allow men into women's spaces. And to the viewers who may not have seen the video of Khalif punching Angela Carini in the face, when you watch it, take a long, good look. This is what the Biden-Harris administration sees as the future, and unfortunately, it's the reality we're living in our own country. So we must remember a vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for this exact thing. That's the vote for erasure of women and women's sports.
They targeted a female Olympic boxer and said, this is obviously a trans person here. Put it up full mass. This is a hell of a story. Per Al Jazeera and Deadline, Algerian boxer Amani Khalif won a victory in 46 seconds. This was at the Paris Olympics. That sparked a heated debate over gender eligibility rules. High-profile public figures and other anti-trans individuals have falsely accused Ms. Khalif of being trans on social media. The hateful slander seemed to erupt the moment Khalif defeated an Italian boxer, Angela Carini, at the 2024 Paris Olympics. Algerian officials and others sympathized with Khalif, condemning the online attacks. Algeria's Olympic Committee called the accusations malicious and unethical. They're just untrue. Angela Carini abandoned her match against Khalif on Thursday, a rare occurrence in Olympic boxing. Even walked away without shaking Khalif's hand after the referee declared the winner.
My views are neither here nor there. I watched it for professional reasons. I watched it. And as for Lisa Nandy's comments, again, I can't comment on how she feels or how she should feel. To my mind, it was a qualifying match bout in boxing between two women boxers. If you want my actual personal view, yeah, it was very short, so there wasn't very much for me to really kind of start to follow. But it was over far too quickly for everyone concerned, I think, unfortunately.
And then she cried in the ring, sinking to her knees. Okay. Minutes later, she explained she quit due to the severe pain from the opening punches. Damn. Saying, this is a world athlete, ladies and gentlemen, saying she could not finish the match. Listen, keep a picture up. Don't feel bad. I've been there before. I was in the 6th grade. Okay. That young man hit me so damn hard, I didn't even want to fight. I understand. We all been there. Okay. All right. Take an L sometimes. So with the maturity of a boxer, I said enough because I didn't want to. And then after the loss, a social media post will falsely claim the Algerian boxer was trans, sparking widespread misinformation. And this happens because people decide to confirm their bias and not check facts. So the one online personality, Logan Paul, said in a now deleted post, quote, "This is the purest form of evil unfolding right before our eyes. A man was allowed to beat up a woman on a global stage, crushing her life's dreams while fighting for her deceased father. This delusion must end." Logan, why, man? I mean, you didn't even bother to Google. You just ran with it. Khalif has reportedly always identified as a woman, and the confusion lies in the boxer being disqualified by the International Boxing Association last year for allegedly having XY chromosomes. However, the IOC disputed those claims and allowed Khalif to compete in the 2024 Paris Olympics, as she did in the 2020 Tokyo Games as well. After being called out on social media, Logan Paul issued a new statement admitting he was wrong. Oopsies, Logan Paul shared. That's what he said. He said, oopsies. Okay. I might be guilty of spreading misinformation. Wait a minute. You just said that what happened was evil. I mean, you went all in here, Paul. He says, I might be guilty of spreading misinformation along with the entirety of this app. Although she's been previously disqualified for failing a gender test and has XY chromosomes, some sources say Imani Khalif was born a biological woman. I stand by my sentiment that biological men should not compete against biological women in any sport. And if you disagree, you're sick. End quote. Jake Paul, however, has not issued a retraction to his prior messages where he called the match between Khalif and the Italian boxer is sickening and a travesty. Doesn't matter what you believe, this is wrong and dangerous. His brother, Jake Paul, also invited Carini to fight when she is ready at one of their boxing events from their most valuable promotions. Quote, to Angela Carini, although your dreams could not come true today because of the crazy agendas that are at play in our world at the moment, I would love to offer you a fight on an MVP undercard to show the world your talents on a fair platform and not against a man, and help me make a bunch of more money. I added that last part in myself. All right, he's trying to make money here. J.K. Rowling and Elon Musk were other high-profile names that expressed their outrage on social media. Does Elon Musk have an executive assistant? Because he could literally just say, hey, can you fact check this for me before I put it out? So they decided to repost the false information. Quote, could any picture sum up our new men's rights movement better? This smirk of a male who knows he's protected by a misogynist sporting establishment, enjoying the distress of a woman he's just punched in the head, and whose life's ambitions he's just shattered. I mean, they are quite poetic with this garbage. All right, let's put it up. Obviously, defeat happens. I feel bad for both of them. I feel much more sympathy for Ms. Khalif, who had to endure this insanity. Elon Musk responded to a clip of the fight shared by John, a former investment banker and bond syndicate executive, who claimed Kamala Harris supports this, vote accordingly. And then Musk said in reply, true or let her deny it. Neither the Harry Potter author nor the ex-owner issued a correction at the time of Deadline's reporting on Logan Paul's subpar apology. Fox News' Jesse Ward has also chimed in. Here it is.
You have a female nominee for president of the United States, of the free world, and this is one of the biggest gender controversies of the year in the Olympics. And Kamala Harris hasn't said anything, and she hasn't even been asked about it. And that's a cover-up. And that's a real shame. Crickets.
Probably because they were back laughing at y'all dumbasses. Like, man, they don't even know. Among the anti-trans noise, many, like British politician Nadia Whitamy, would defend Khalif and her victory, posting on X. Amani Khalif was assigned female at birth. She's spoken about being initially banned from boxing by her dad, who said it wasn't for girls. The attacks on her show that transphobia doesn't only hurt trans people, but also other women who don't fit conventional ideas of femininity. All of this over a lie.
Oh, yeah. We gonna try to get through this because we still got a lame duck to do. This is the culmination of the culture war that we're currently fighting today here in America. Make it make sense, Jeremy, and try to. I know it's gonna be hard, but try to shroud your conventional conservative ideal just on logic. Just on logic. We're making this a point of a trans issue, despite whether it was true or not, based on an international competition. The United States ain't got nothing to do with what happened between the Algerian boxer from Algeria and the Italian boxer from Italy. But we use it and siphon, I ain't even gonna say siphon, suck the blood of a issue and morph it into a cultural aspect, which I think is just wrong in and of itself. The fact of the matter is, and let me say this, because some people may think that I'm advocating. I'm not. In fact, in Bizarro world, some type of way, me and Trev actually disagreed. Because I still said, yes, she may be a woman, but if there's any sort of intersex involved, that's still grounds for disqualification. Why? Because if it's intersex, that means that something in her body is creating testosterone, giving her this advantage. it either needs to be blocked some type of way, or it needs to be its own separate category, which I don't think ever happened because there ain't enough intersex people in the world. You know, you've had instances of this. Ricardo brought up the South African athlete in 2020, intersex. The International Olympic Committee disqualified her based off of that. Now they changed their stance coming up to this election, but the precedent is still there. Even farther back in 2011, you had 2 more African athletes. One of them went as far as to literally, now one of them was intersex, qualified as a woman, but had internal testes, meaning that they had nuts inside of their body that was creating the testosterone. I can't say it no other way. Had nuts inside of their body that was creating these high levels of testosterone. So, I mean, you can call it natural all you want to. Me personally, I would call it an abnormality. That's what I do. Back in the day when my kids was littler, my twins, they liked Pokemon. It's a Pokemon called Machamp. Machamp is a wrestling Pokemon that got four arms. If Machamp was wrestling a regular wrestler, Machamp had an advantage. You can call it a natural advantage if you want to. It's really an abnormality. So how do we deal with the abnormality? Jeremy, I'm going to go to you.
How do we deal with the abnormality? Is that your question?
Yes.
All right. So, I don't know too many cases personally where someone has both parts, inside, outside. I've heard of this thing. I don't know too many.
Just to be clear, we used to call it hermaphrodite. That's a slur.
I know the term. I'm familiar with the term. I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying. I'm going to speak what I know. I have never seen nor even remotely came across anybody who was that way. I have come across the other things such as Skittles and Transformers and things of that nature. I have never come across anyone like that. Granted, I don't think they would advertise it because that probably wouldn't be the right thing for that. They just wouldn't feel comfortable doing it. But I'm not too familiar on the abnormality. I've heard of cases like I said, but we also heard that this woman was a man, or that this is a man trying to be a woman. The confusion is thick. The confusion is thick in the air. She looks, or it looks manly. I don't. It does. The boxer looks manly. Has, I don't really want to speak too much on it because I don't want to lie on the boxer, and I don't want to lie on the scenario because that's very important not to. But let's just call it, for the sake of calling it, I just don't see God making a person with both parts. That's confusion. It's confusion.
Oh, wait a minute, Jeremy. So who made them then? Because
I'm just saying it's like
it's occurrences.
Okay, what I'm saying to you is like this. These occurrences that they say happened, just like they say, what is it? Is it dolphins have gay tendencies, right? And like seahorses or something. So there's an animal that they say supposedly has.
Yeah, it's
dolphins.
Dolphins will hump anything.
Humping
when
it's
in heat.
dogs hump, like dogs hump in a form of dogs do the same thing.
No,
like
but
I have hold on, let me finish. I have 2 dogs. I have 3 dogs. I have 2 that are females, and the one female will hump the other one for dominance. It's not a sexual act. It's not a gay tendency, as that it's different, right? It's not them trying to get it on. You know what I'm saying? Big difference. So this is where when I go and I read the infallible word, it doesn't mention it. I can find anything else under the sun in it. I can find anything else under the sun. So I don't believe there are them out there. I don't. Because if he said I made them male and female, I can't go and say I made one male and female.
Jeremy,
I can't read it.
I literally just gave, and I if I need to bring this up because I'm on my laptop, I'll bring it up if I got to. There was a literal instance of an Olympic athlete in 2011 before the 2012 London Games that was disqualified based on being intersex. They literally had a surgical procedure done where this woman, who, you know, I don't want to be too graphic, this woman had a vagina.
I know what you're saying.
A clitoris, but inside of her body were testicles that was producing high levels of testosterone based on the fact that she was intersex and she was disqualified because of it. She literally had a procedure done to remove the testicles out of her body, nullifying, essentially castrating her as far as the hormonal principle of the testosterone that she was producing. Literally.
Like I said, I'd have to do more research on it, and I'd have to look into it. This is where I know it may not be the popular answer, but I'm not just going to jump out and make a comment on something that I would have to look into more, right? Because that would make me a liar. As far as the I'd have to look into it. If it was a man, I'm going to play both sides. If it was a man, and that's wrong. Now, if it wasn't a man, then all of these people who are lying ought to be ashamed of themselves, right? This is where jumping to conclusions before you hear the whole matter is a problem. I definitely believe that. And as far as women being masculine, that in itself is a problem in itself, because women are not supposed to be masculine. They're supposed to be feminine. So in another scenario, if women would stop trying to do what men do, we wouldn't have so much confusion. But now women want to be men and men want to be women, just not talking about the Transformers. Talking, they want to be masculine and men want to be feminine. The order is disrupted. The order is perfect the way it is. Men did men things, women did women things, and that's all right. The moment you start mingling the two, we have problems, because that's not natural. It's not natural.
So real quick, your position is you can nullify all of this controversy by simply not having women box.
Correct. It's not the popular answer, but
hey, I get it.
It's the same answer as if you want to stop teen pregnancy, keep it in your pants. It's not the popular answer, but nevertheless, it's the right answer. Right isn't always popular, and right always rubs people the wrong way. But in reality, you can avoid, this is where wisdom kicks in. You can avoid a scenario altogether, right? People can avoid scenarios by not putting themselves in predicaments to begin with. And then they don't even have to worry about it. But we often 2 times put ourselves in these predicaments, and then when something bad happens, we want some sort of retribution or some sort of something to happen for us. Well, sometimes you bring it upon yourself, and that's reality, right? If I put my hand on the stove after I've been warned not to do it, I'm an idiot. And I brought it upon myself. If my parents tell me not to do a certain thing because they know better and I don't listen, that's my stupidity, right? When are we going to start holding fast to that which was never broken? That a man has a role and a woman has a role. I'm not saying that a woman can't be a president either. What I'm saying is in sports and things that are boyish, women should not be doing because it's not in their character. It's not in their nature. It's against nature. It goes against everything that is already perfect the way it is. That's why you see women strolling like dudes and men switching their hips. It starts small and it gets big. And now everybody's all sorts of confused.
Hey, I get you. I get you. It's a valid point. Now, you got me with that when you said just not have women box, but who's classifying what's manly and what's girly? Like
All right.
only society can do that. Only society, nobody else. You know what I mean? But all right, go last point, and then I'm gonna go to Ricardo.
So on that point, what do you naturally do? You as a man. Even you look at your biology. Naturally, your biology is made for what?
Work.
What else?
Procreation.
I mean, procreation, yeah.
What else? There's a fundamental thing here that
Survival?
your body is more naturally made to defend, to
protect, yeah.
So
I mean,
it is.
But aren't you a hunter gatherer?
It is naturally that way, and we fight the nature of it, and we want to mingle with it. We want to make them the same. They're not the same. They're different for a reason. Each role has its perfect place. Perfect, I said. There's no flaws in it. It's perfect. And we think we're all wise and smart, and we distort that perfection and we make it imperfect. That's what I'm saying.
All right, I got you. All right, Ricardo, let me ask you. So you showed the pictures when this first broke. I remember we was talking about it. It was a whole thing in the group chat.
Yes, it was.
The first time I saw the pictures when she was a little girl was from you. And she looked straight up like a little girl. No, it was nothing out of the irregular at all. So with that being said, I can only assume that these changes started to happen when puberty hit. So that's just me going off of the limited information that I have.
Right.
Again, with these situations, you're not going to know until puberty. You just ain't. You know what I'm saying? Until those hormones start to release, that's what's going to show what's what. With the androgens and all that, you know what I'm saying? You start to grow hair and, you may get a little horny. You know what I'm saying? We all know how the birds and the bees work.
No, I don't.
Well, the birds and the bees work when you get of that age. You know what I'm saying? In this particular story, I did not know, and Van Cat put it in the video package, that initially her father did not want her to box.
Yes, correct.
Because and that goes to societal issues again. Because and this is the crazy thing about it, and you brought this up too, Ricardo.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about Algeria.
Yeah.
Which is a predominantly Muslim country.
You're right. So
they're not going to allow transgender nothing in Algeria.
That's a death sentence in itself.
So what are we talking about? Go ahead, Ricardo.
So basically, this whole thing, because at the time we all, and I'm not gonna lie, I was one of those people that thought it was one of those transgender people that came in, because there were.
We all did. We all said that was a man when it first broke. We all said that was a man. We did not know.
We didn't know. And so, not for nothing, it was one of those topics where, and if you know my stance, I'm going to stand by it, and I stick with it still to this very day. I do not believe the transformers in the alphabet community should be allowed to be running in women's races, because it gives an unfair advantage. And when I mean by that, I mean we should not be allowing men who decide to flip the switch and become women to be running in races that are predominantly women. It just doesn't make sense. It's going to be an unfair advantage, and it's just one of those things where it's like, oh, I now identify as a woman, so therefore I should be able to run in the race. No, it doesn't work like that. If that's the case, go form your own league, go form your own sports, go form whatever it is that makes you feel accomplished, and go accomplish it in that arena. But it was, I feel it became blind outrage when we thought it was transformers that are coming into the Olympics, and not for nothing, they are in there. There was plenty, there's a plethora of them that were in there, that they end up losing anyways. So
I'm gonna stop you right there real quick,
yeah.
Ricardo. I'm glad you mentioned that too. Even with the transgender people in sports in general, not just the Olympics, we're talking about NCAA, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
Even in that scenario, a lot of the times, if it's especially in youth sports, and I'm not saying this is right or wrong, don't tie me in that, you know what I'm saying? But even with that, dealing with these men that are transitioning into women, they're taking what? A hormone blocker.
Yes, they are.
You know what I'm saying? They essentially stopping their testosterone from producing. So, you know, even in that aspect, how are we viewing what the natural advantages are? I'm not making an argument. I still think men should not be in women's sport, period.
Facts.
And vice versa.
And vice versa as well.
But if you're gonna try to make a summation of what's happening, if the transgenders are taking hormone blockers, that's a precedent that's being set. So now you got this person, even if they are a woman, if they're producing high levels of testosterone, you got to pinpoint why that is and stop it. I'm just saying, but continue on.
But you know, I saw that Cliff had brought up a point where he had said that it's the same particular case like the South African athlete when she decided to run, or he, I can't remember. I think it was a female, right? And he said that
same situation. That was a female too.
A lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had a lot of testosterone and in her system when she was trying to do the athletics championship when she was running. It's problematic. And I think
you trolling. Vancat, you are trolling. Continue on, Ricardo.
China was in the men's royal. Okay, so yeah.
Peace, Gideon. Peace. What's up?
It's one of those things where, when again, if y'all know Elon Musk and what's her name from Harry Potter's, she has a strong stance against this whole thing, but I feel it was just blind rage that went overboard. And then they went on to say, why isn't Kamala saying anything about this issue? Why is it? Because it's a non-factor. Why the hell? What does the Olympic Games have to do with Kamala? Like, that's not affecting. What policies does that have to do with affecting modern day Americans, other than it being the person being a natural born woman? You just look at us. I mean, again, we question the whole thing of her being from Algeria. It's a death sentence. They don't take stuff like that lightly. It's like one of those things where she knew going into it. For all we know, she probably accepted it. I don't know. For what it's worth, I'm just saying that at this particular point, it's not a major issue to begin with. If it wasn't the case where we knew it, and again, it's an unfair. The main problem that I have is with the Italian Fine Wolf, that she got hit like 2 seconds into the fight, and then she said, "Oh, I don't want to be fighting with a man," and then she quit. So basically, she's a quitter. End up getting money for the fact that she quit, and then she's like, "Oh no, I'm going to apologize after the fact." Like, what? So now we're running people for years, and then Wolf, but she was a female anyway, and
you're breaking up, Ricardo.
She just think, okay, well, you guys pay me money, so okay, yes, I'm sorry that I was fighting a female and it wasn't a man like I thought it was. It's kind of like, what are we doing? Like, this is what we're doing now. Like, we need to go on concise facts here, and this is probably be one of the last few times I actually do this where I jump to conclusion. I will probably have to be one of those people that wait until the very end to really know if it was a female or male. What do you call those people again? MD,
Intersex.
Hermaphrodite.
Hermaphrodites. How do we distinguish that in the future going forward? Like, if a person comes out and say, "Hey, I'm a hermaphrodite. I have both a penis and a vagina."
Well, you mentioned the South African girl, right?
Right. Does she have
her story when she was trying to convince them the committee to let her compete? She said, "Look, I'll strip down naked. You can like physically examine me." You know what I'm saying? She said that. I'm working on a video right now with the report where her saying, she said, "Look, you if you need to give me a pap smear, you know what I'm saying? I'll prove to you that I'm a woman." But still, in a lot of these intersex people, everything's not external. That's just a fact. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard, and like I said, I don't want to be graphic or nothing like that. So I just leave it at that. But there are certain instances where when it comes to a lot of intersex people that, their genitalia will basically like mimic is not the right word. Resemble.
Well, right. Then that's true.
Certain aspects. Like they'll have elongated clitoris.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. So I'm not gonna front. I've seen where I'm like, yeah, no. But MD does bring up a good point. Like, what happens in that particular? But again, I question the whole thing because the IOC did say this as well. There are many instances where you have the genders having high testosterone and whatnot. What if it was a male with a high estrogen count? Does that make that person less male in that category or less female? But they're like, they don't have an issue with it because, again, there are criteria and rules which the athlete didn't break. So, and again, I do state this to state that there were many transgendered athletes in the Olympic Games this time around, which wasn't the case the last time because they changed the rules, which this is Paris. So they could change the rules whenever they feel like and not tell anybody. But I'm against it. I just don't think the idea of the Olympic Games need to be one where it's marred in the idea of us question, because then you have to do these tests, which then you have to do, and these drug tests are not easy to do, and it takes a toll on the body. So for you to be repeatedly doing them on account of we're not sure if you're male or female distracts from the whole sport. That's not what we're there to watch. We're there to watch, humanity come together in peace and harmony and all that kumbaya crap that we come up with for the Olympic slogans. On account of we're putting that to the side. We don't got time for distractions of, is this person male or female or hermaphrodite or Power Rangers, Transformers, and everything else in between? It's too much. It's taken away from the sport. So again, I agree with Jeremy. Maybe perhaps we should just make males just be in male sports and females be in female sports and leave it at that. There shouldn't be too much intermingling because it becomes a problem. With the exception of the relay, which is the co-ed relay that we have, the 4x1 or whatever, where males could run with females and all that, then that's fine. Or doing tennis.
All right. Okay, cool. All right. So Venkat, he's cracking us. So you know what that means. We're going into the lame duck session. And this is a special lame duck session. This is lame duck number 50. So it's oh damn. Oh, he cut me off. It's lame duck number 50, the semi-century lame duck. Play the video, Ghost Venkat.
First things first, in this lame duck session.
For the United Nations General Assembly, we share the extraordinary progress we've made. In less than 2 years, my administration has accomplished more than almost any administration in the history of our country. America's so true. Didn't expect that reaction, but that's okay.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You're trying your best, but it never feels like enough.
I started having second thoughts almost the moment I sat down on the plane.
Lights off! Off! Turn them off. They're too bright. Turn them off. Turn them off. Let's go. Ready?
We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway.
So I changed my return flight and flew back on the first available flight I could take.
I'm sick and tired of smart guys.
I'm sick and tired of ordinary people being fleeced.
I'm tired of being quiet. I'm sick and tired. I'm just sick and tired.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
With great power comes great responsibility.
These lights are so bright in my eyes that I can't see too many people out there. But I can only see the black ones. I can't see any white ones. You see? That's how far I've come. That's how far I've come. That's a long way, isn't it? These eyes. You want to see a bird graveyard? You just go. Take a look. A bird graveyard? Go under a windmill someday. You'll see more birds than you've ever seen ever in your life. See, I've recovered well, and in fact, just took off the last bandage off of my ear. I just got it off. I took it off for this group. I don't know why I did that for this group, but that's it. I think that's it. I hope that's it.
Folks, it is a Mar-a-Lago miracle. Less than 2 weeks after the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, his ear appears to have magically healed itself. Check it out. While the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, was visiting Mar-a-Lago, Donald Trump was seen not wearing his bandage. So in the span of a few days, Trump went from wearing a DIY maxi pad at the RNC to wearing some Band-Aids to nothing.
I get a kick out of one thing. They say, sir, be nice. You just got hit with a bullet. Maybe he's changed. Be nice. And I'd love to be nice, but I'm dealing against real garbage. When you hear that.
Okay, sir, two things. Number one, according to the FBI director's under oath testimony yesterday, we don't know if Donald Trump got hit with a bullet. The FBI director suggested it could be shrapnel or something else far less dangerous than a bullet. Donald Trump is the only person in history protected by the Secret Service who was shot at, brought to a hospital, and then did not allow any of the medical personnel at that hospital to explain to the news media what happened to him. None of the medical personnel who treated Donald Trump at the hospital have been allowed to say what they think drew blood that day.
With respect to former President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that hit his ear. So it's conceivable. Although, as I say here right now, I don't know whether that bullet, in addition to causing the grazing, could have also landed somewhere else. But I believe we've accounted for all of the shots in the cartridges.
And number two, real garbage. If you're the type of person who tries to think of people as inanimate objects, it's hard to think of someone who would better personify real garbage than the man who you just heard call his opponent real garbage. Everything out of Donald Trump's mouth is real garbage.
You see, the FBI today apologized. They said, well, it might have been a bullet, but it might have been glass. So really, where did the glass come from? Or it might have been shrapnel. Where did the shrapnel come from?
I'm going to discuss this more in a bit, but the FBI never said it was glass. Trump is the one who keeps bringing it up, which makes you wonder, why?
A piece of his ear? Yeah, a little bit at the top, yeah. And, it's highly vascular. Yeah, that's right. That's what did he tell you that whenever he first happened? That's what he told me too, yeah.
Netflix adaptation, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is weird because if we look at photos of Trump's ear on July 26th, just 13 days after the shooting, his ears look fine. And they look fine here, and they look fine here. I mean, Trump was even showing it off to Netanyahu during his visit to Mar-a-Lago. Looks completely intact if you ask me. You can also see his ear later that day while speaking at Turning Point USA. No missing part of his ear, no damage, and no scabbing. And now, MAGA looks like even bigger idiots because they wore those bandages at the RNC in support of Donald Trump for a wound that appears to be non-existent. More that Donald Trump talks about the shooting, it creates even more skeptics, especially when you remember how he originally described it. Immediately after the shooting, Trump posted on his Twitter knockoff Truth Social, "I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt a bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. You'd have to be a fool to take Trump at his word, especially when photos from the shooting would indicate that there was almost no damage to his ear and very little bleeding. But leave it to Trump to go from saying that the bullet ripped through his skin to bragging that he took a bullet for democracy.
They say, he is not for democracy. I took a bullet for democracy. He didn't. And I might have taken it because of their rhetoric. Who knows?
He's even bragging about it on Truth Social. The Biden-Harris administration did not properly protect me, and I was forced to take a bullet for democracy. It was my great honor to do so. So now it's a great honor to get shot at? Are you kidding me? This guy had a family doctor say that he had bone spurs so he could dodge the Vietnam draft. Trump is a serial liar who lied more than 30,000 times while in the White House. So it's not surprising that this narcissist isn't being truthful about his injury.
I do want to ask, just because the president talked at length about it, he said the ears are the bloodiest part of the body. There was a large volume of blood. He made note of that last night. Is that true?
No, I heard the same thing. I was watching as well. And, I don't know what anatomy textbook him and his docs are using, but that struck me as a bit nonsensical.
Trump said it ripped through his skin, except according to the doctor who treated his ear, no stitches were needed.
Former president was treated at Butler Memorial Hospital. He did not require stitches.
When I heard the call, you're thinking worst case scenario.
Dr. David Ridinghouse says his staff coordinated with the Secret Service well in advance of the rally.
Kinetic impact to the body from that type of bullet, from an AR-15 style weapon, is massive. So if that was really a bullet injury, it should cause significant soft tissue damage. I want to say it would be helpful for the American public to understand what was the degree of injury. Were they able to control the bleeding without stitches, just to confirm what Eric Trump is saying? What was that process like? Did they use things like Dermabond or Steri-strips to help? It would be helpful to understand the extent of injury, absolutely. And then did they do a cranial full neurologic exam? Is his hearing and his balance, are they intact? We don't know.
I've also had a tantrum on Truth Social saying, a bullet that hit my ear and hit it hard. There was no glass, there was no shrapnel. The hospital called it a bullet wound to the ear, and that is what it was. Does anyone else find it weird that Jackson and Trump keep mentioning that glass hit his ear? I mean, Wray never mentioned glass in his testimony. And FYI, Christopher Wray is a Republican who was appointed by Donald Trump, so it's only fitting that Trump would attack the guy that he hired.
Does that account for, there were some of these individuals hit multiple times? Where did all 8 bullets go, is I guess my question.
I don't have that in front of me. I'm happy to circle back and get that to you. It's assuming we have that information yet. As I said, I think with respect to former President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that that hit his ear. So it's conceivable. Although, as I sit here right now, I don't know whether that bullet, in addition to causing the grazing, could have also landed somewhere else. But I believe we've accounted for all of the shots in the cartridges. So let us get that.
It's my understanding that the very first one was the one that hit the president. Is that the very first shot, or is that not accurate?
I don't, as I sit here right now, I don't know the answer to that. I believe we know the answer to that. I just don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
So these are the first pictures that we get of Trump's ear up close. So Cheyenne says the following: 2 weeks after the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, some liberal influencers are still cooking up viral conspiracy theories, falsely claiming that Trump wasn't shot at or the whole incident was staged. This time, baking theories based on a photo of Trump's ear. The FBI has some answering to do. This person says, Jack Hopkins. We've seen a close-up picture of Trump's right ear that was posted by Pete Souza and presumably taken by the Associated Press. The assassination attempt was just 14 days ago. Trump is 78 years old. 78-year-old human beings heal far more. I think I'm supposed to say slowly. So there's Trump's ear. You can see. I think we'll get a different angle here in a second. Yeah, Trump wore that shit on his ear just to trick Americans. So this person's saying Trump wore like a fake blood thing on his ear. Again, this is an up-close picture of his ear here. Okay. More. Do not share this picture of his ear. This is, again, up close. There's not even a scratch on that fucking ear. Something's rotten in Mar-a-Lago. Cartilage doesn't heal fast. Cartilage, so your ear is cartilage. Cartilage, like bone, is surrounded by perichondrium-like fibrous membrane. This layer is not efficient at regenerating cartilage. Hence, its recovery is slow after injury. The lack of active blood flow is the major reason any injury to cartilage takes a long time to heal. I mean, can we just call a spade here? That shit looks fucking fine, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell. I don't see anything. They even mentioned in that AP article, like, oh, there's like slight discoloration or something. I don't see any fucking discoloration. Do you? It looks fucking fine. Look. Is this the one they were saying was discoloration? I don't. That just looks like an ear. That doesn't look weird to me. The divot from. Does that look like a divot to you guys? So I guess he's saying right here is where it happened? Right there? Let's see. I mean, you could clearly see here. It does look like a giant chunk of his ear came out. This was taken when the shooting happened, right? Right there. It looks like a giant chunk of his ear comes out. And then if you go back here, I mean, they say cartilage is supposed to take forever to heal. That looks fucking fine to me, bro. That looks fucking fine to me. That's crazy. So I don't know why this guy's both. I mean, look, this, you can't argue with this picture, right? He got hit. He got hit with something. He got hit with something. You can see that here, right? It looks like a big chunk of his ear is missing in this picture. But then you go back to the other one, and that shit looks fine, bro. Is he like the fastest healer of all time? Look at that. There he's saying, see the divot. That just looks like an ear. That doesn't look like a divot to me. This like darker or like more red colored skin here is just the indentation of the ear there. I guess you could say maybe right in this spot, it's a little bit redder than this spot here, but I mean, shit. He looks fucking fine, bro. He looks fine. I don't know what else to say. So anyway, the resistance liberals are having a field day with this one, right? And they're going all in on the, he wasn't even shot. It was all a hoax. It was all a scam. He had a fake blood pouch behind his ear. He popped it. He wanted to do this to get a big bump in the polls to guarantee a win in the election. Well, I got bad news for you, bro. If that was his plan, it ain't happening. Because as soon as they switch Biden for Kamala, now the race is fucking tied at the national level. She closed that gap like that. He didn't even get much of a bump after the shooting. He got a bump in his personal favorability rating, 7 points. But in terms of people that will vote for him, he didn't get any bump at all. Even after his RNC speech, no bump at all.
All right, folks, there you have it. There it is in my Van Cat voice. The lame duck of the week, Donald Trump, the trash bag human of the week, Donald Trump. The conspiracy is still on. Now, I find it fun. First of all, you reprimanded Van Cat because you played Kyle Kalinske. Kyle Kalinske is a dork. I'm gonna just be honest with you. But in any event, that picture that he posted of the bloody ear, he didn't zoom into that. If you zoom into that picture, which I did, there's no chunk of his ear out. It's just like real bloody. It's more of a darker red there on the ear. You know, some people may disagree, but it's just a darker red of the ear. In terms of the doctor that was in the segment, an AR-15 bullet, 5.56 NATO, is an incredibly lightweight, fast bullet. It's possible that you can graze a person's ear with a 5.56. It's possible. It ain't like it's gonna go past your head and your head gonna explode. Don't work that way. You know what I'm saying? I will say there's high probability now, based on Christopher Wray's testimony with the oversight committee. It is possibility that something else hit Donald Trump's ear. If we gonna play to that position, I'm not gonna entertain if he bladed or if he had a blood pack. I'm not gonna entertain that. Hell, all we know, come to find out years from now, that was the case. We don't know. Nor does the FBI know until they finish their investigation. I just find it highly questionable that it played out the way that it played out, especially dealing with, we never saw a press conference from the hospital. Usually when stuff like this happens, they'll set up a little podium or whatever in front of the hospital and doctors will come out and do a press conference if it's a popular person. We never saw that at all. We never got any findings from doctors at the hospital at all. All we could do was go off what Trump said. Trump said it was a bullet and it hit him hard, according to what he said in Truth Social. Ricardo, how does this play out now with Christopher Wray's involvement, more suspicion within the shot, and how we look at it from here? What? Did he get shot or not? Who shot JR?
Well, like I've been stating, when the whole event happened, I find it conveniently timed. This whole thing with him talking about he got shot. I based on the findings of that inquiry that was done, I will state that I will question, because this is Trump we're talking about here, the validity of him stating that he got shot by a bullet. I don't think it was. No, I could be wrong, but it does come across based on the inquiry findings that it was shrapnels that hit his ears, not a bullet, because your ears would not have healed that well in a span of a week to 2 weeks and a half. It will be impossible. Now your ears is basically like cartilage. It's almost similar to what the what they said it would be like the fins on a shark, or what you call it.
Yeah.
So which is like, it's very sensitive, but it's like it's one of those things that it takes a lot of, it's, I can't even get into the semantics of it, but it's like it takes, if we're going to go by what science tells us, there's a lot of questionable things that he has been stating, going on and on in his rallies about, going, into the narratives of, I got hit by a bullet, and because everybody's that are experts will tell you a bullet, once it hits your ears, will damage the cartilage of your ears. There's no way it would. When we're looking at pictures now, based on what we've seen in his rallies, that is a brand new ear that is either he did cosmetic surgery overnight, which would be impossible because it takes weeks to heal from cosmetic surgery. But then again, he's from, or around those parts of Hollywood where, and nothing is impossible. But from what we've seen, Sir Trump, it doesn't seem plausible here that it was bullets. Now, it could have been something else, like shrapnels, cough shrapnels, could have hit your ears. But I digress. It again, you want us to believe many things, like you're the smartest president ever, and you went to Harvard, which you never did, and you went to the 9/11 site and helped the people, help clean up the 9/11 site, which you never did. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you lied about throughout the years that now it's like it's hard for me to take you seriously. It's like the boy who cried wolf. How many times are you going to cry wolf before we go, where's the wolf, sir? And if you can't produce the wolf, then clearly it's a lie. So miss me with it, bump you. I just don't believe it, and I've said this from day one that it didn't seem real. It just seemed very like conveniently timed, which was my favorite phrase when it happened. But that's all I could come up with. It's just a lie, and I guess and I'm going by what the inquiry said. People, no, don't come for me. But based on what they are saying, the experts in terms of the inquiry, it's not a bullet, and I'll leave it at that.
All right. Jeremy, what's your take on some of the new information coming out on the assassination attempt of Donald Trump? Do you believe that it was a bullet based on whatever information that you have? And let me say this real quick. So, what again, to your point, Ricardo, when you're dealing with cartilage, it don't heal the way conventional wounds heal, right? So let's say hypothetically that bullet skimmed through Trump's ear on the backside and essentially filleted in between the top half of his ear, right? That cartilage is essentially filleting the itself through from the bullet. The only way to heal that is through some type of suture, or whether it be stitches, whatever. That's the only way you can do it. You just can't put a bandage on it and think that the cartilage is just going to automatically come together and heal itself. It don't work that way. So if we gonna look at it from that aspect, I can see it. Did the bullet come? I mean, you're talking about that's a precision shot, or just the look of the draw. For you to shoot with an AR-15 5.56 and essentially just take skin off of somebody's ear, that either takes skill or luck. You know what I'm saying? That's just a fact. To be that close, that's millimeters. That's millimeters. So I mean, I can understand the conspiracy. I won't play into it, but I can understand it. Jeremy, what's your thought?
I'm bleeding. Oh man, his new name should be Maximum Carnage. He comes back together oh so quickly, right?
That's
Oh
crazy.
man. Yeah, coming out with the new information and yeah, and it does make sense about the cartilage of the ear. It's a very key factor in the whole scenario. Definitely a key factor. The man has no bounds, huh? He knows no bounds. He'll do anything, huh? He is a desperate old man. You know what's crazy is I didn't know all those people were wearing those fake bandages, like he was some sort of fallen soldier or something. Like what?
It's a cult. Cult members do stuff like that.
What the heck? Like, come on now, really? This is what I mean. See, people, people. Lord have mercy. People need to really think. I'm starting to really see how easy it is to manipulate most people into believing that you are. And another key factor in the whole matter is after you got shot and they huddled up around you and then they picked you up. Why would you have your hands up, like putting your fist up, like you were I'm strong, in the matter of somebody shooting at you? You're either stupid or it's fake. It's one or the other. And either way with this gentleman, you can go. So flip a coin. Yeah, there's not much to say about it. It is what it is. He loves entertainment. I mean, I go back to look at what he did with that reality show. What the heck did he need to be on a reality show for? The man loves drama. He's a drama queen. He is a straight up drama queen. And he likes to, man, he just loves to slander people and then make himself look like some fantastic human being. I'm not surprised with him. I'm just not surprised with that. Wow. Yeah, he's definitely a lame duck. I'm speechless. I don't have anything to say. Yeah.
Yeah. He definitely deserved the carrying number 50 lame duck. You absolutely right. So with that being said, folks, that's the end of the show. We had other topics, but again, I ain't no conventional host, so you're gonna get what you get out of me. Things that we'll discuss in the future that we had for this show, Maduro and what's happening in Venezuela right now with the screwed elections, Netanyahu's visit with the joint session of Congress. That's a pertinent topic.
Let's not forget about London
Go ahead.
and not London.
Oh
but
yeah. What's going on in London, right, man? Hey,
what is going on in London right now?
If you want to know, I'll put it to you this way: if you want to get a glance into the future,
don't say it, MD.
Of what I'm being honest. I got to keep it real. If you want to get a glance into the future of what might happen in this country, especially if Kamala get elected, look no further than what's happening in England right now. Just to give a backdrop. So an immigrant, I believe this immigrant was from Rwanda, I believe. I forget where they were from. But it was a crazy person basically and killed a child, I believe.
He killed 3 kids, 3 girls.
Oh yeah, what? 3 kids. Yeah, you're right, 3 kids.
That were practicing for Taylor Swift's songs, and
man,
they're played up.
Go ahead.
So let me just sorry, MD, just to reiterate. So basically, and I believe they said he was actually born in England, but to immigrant parents. But
yeah, immigrant from Africa.
somebody from the other side or the right wing or whatever side.
Tommy Robinson is his name. I got a whole video I'm
Right.
working on about it.
So he literally played up because they send out a fall or it's just like the MAGA group. They send out this false narrative that, hey, it's an illegal immigrant. So now they went on a witch hunt to find illegal immigrants, and now they're literally looting, burning, rioting, doing all sort of stuff.
England is on fire right now.
And literally, like it's that bad of a week for England, because now everybody who is of like some illegal
Islamic, they basing it off Islamophobia right now.
So
that they targeting Muslims, and the crazy part about it is,
Lord,
the person wasn't even Muslim; he was a Christian.
Wow.
So again, it was a false narrative that was spread like wildfire to suit the narrative of illegal immigrants are to our country and doing all these stuff, and they literally looting, burning, beating up anybody that looks remotely Muslim or from a region that they think look like the people that they, in their perception, is not from Great Britain. And it's literally like one of those things where they're saying, like, the MAGA crowd, we're taking back our country. If you're not from here, mind you, most of these people are born in England. Go back to your country, go back from where you come from, and we don't need you here. So literally, this is the scope of what Great Britain is. France almost went through that precipice a month ago. Thank God the election never went the way it did. But this is like a thing that's becoming a norm. And like MD says, if we're not too careful, could spread like wildfire here. It is very slippery slope, people. Not
Listen,
like
Ricardo, you gonna have to keep it real. The world is going to shit. You just gonna have to keep it real. Ain't the stuff that's happening in England, the coup that just happened a couple days ago in Bangladesh, a literal coup. The tensions, they expecting a attack from Iran at any moment in Israel. We don't know when it's gonna be.
Yes, we haven't even touched on that one yet. It's coming.
Hey, get your hand baskets. If you need a hand basket, contact me. I'll get your hand basket set up, because we all going to hell. All of them. Just get your hand back. Figuratively. I forgot I got Jeremy on it. I forgot I got Jeremy. I got Jeremy on the panel.
You're good. You're good.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
I tell you, MD, evil seducers and man shall wax worse and worse, deceived and being deceived.
Wise words from Jeremy. Wise words. Hey, look, we're going to get up out of here. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff going on right now. A future lame duck for me. So put it in your notebook, Van Cat. Kyle Rittenhouse is a sucker. A straight sucker.
Not that moron.
Man, listen, we got a lot of stuff to cover. We ain't got a lot of time to do it. Ricardo, give your closeouts so we can get up out of here. We're gonna try to hit the fold exactly.
Yeah, great show for Tape Fist Politics this week. Mr. Extraordinaire, get well, feel better in regards to being under the weather. Yeah, indeed. And Jeremy, it was a pleasure. Look forward to seeing and talking to you guys in regards to the upcoming topics again. So much is happening. So much is going to be happening. We knew this going into this election cycle. It's going to be a lot. But when I say the next, 96 days left until the election is going to be a lot. There's so much stuff happening that we're going to be changing topics every 2 days. So I don't know if Tape Fist Politics needs to be a twice weekly show, but it's going to be a lot. On account of that, let's get it. Let's call out things when we see it. And I'm not liking either candidates, but I got to make a selection for November the 14th. And when I go in that booth, I'll make that decision as an independent voter. I am neither Democrat nor Republican. I'm just an American voter that is concerned about the direction of the country. And neither party is doing a fantastic job. But I do not like divisiveness. I need everybody to come together and solve issues and pass bills and legislations and not put them in gridlock on account of getting paid money from all these evildoers that are, spenders and all of that crap. But with that being stated, please, people, do your civic duty and vote, and know your facts about civics in general, and don't just listen to some moron that thinks he went to Acme Academy and he's the greatest president of all time, or a representative that was just chosen on account of gender and all that crap. Go based on your policies and what they're telling you, and from there make your selection. And I'll leave it at that.
No doubt. Jeremy, close us out, man. Hey, look, this coming up Thursday, the MD20 is the channel. Check me out. I'm not going to do a Thought Box Live on Thursday. I'm just going to work on these videos that I'm currently working on now. This Thursday, 8:30, the return of God and Government, myself, Jeremy Dunbar, Apex, episode 4, Love and Marriage. We're going to be discussing legal marriage as it's defined here in the United States. We're going to be talking about certain customs in marriage, the whole shebang. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yes, thank you, brothers, for allowing me here on this panel and having a conversation with you all on important topics. They're important. I may not like the politicians, and I may not vote for them, but nevertheless, these discussions are extremely important, and they are very informative. I learn each and every time I come on here about policies and things of that nature, which are important. I get a lot of insight from you brothers as far as this goes. You guys help me, and it's greatly appreciated. And I didn't get the opportunity to thank you guys, but I would like to thank each and every one of you that showed up last week on Trevor's part. And
great show.
You.
That was a great show, by the way.
Fantastic
great show.
Thank you for your support, and it means a lot to me. And I hope each and every one of you just got something out of it, something positive, because that's what it's all about. We got enough negativity in the world. Let's be something good for others as well as ourselves. And I firmly believe that. And you brothers, I don't look at you indifferent or in a certain way because you may not believe the same thing I believe, but I see a lot of good things that you guys do. So know that it's noted that I see good in you guys, and I'm very thankful to have met each and every one of you and had the opportunity and been welcomed. Most importantly, welcomed without any bias, prejudice, malice, which is very important. And I thank you guys for that. That goes a long way for me. Thank you guys very much, and I look forward to continuing our conversations. God bless you all.
No doubt. Hey, with that being said, for myself, Jeremy Dunbar, Ricardo, and the Ghost of Vancat, hey man, we'll see y'all next week on TFP. Peace.
She just said a terrible thing. You know what she said? Shout it out, because I don't want to. Okay, you're not allowed to say, and I never expect to hear that from you again. She said, I never expect to hear that from you again. She said he's. That's terrible. Terrible.